Hello, everyone, and welcome to the C# 101 and Introduction class from 3dbuzz.com. So today's March 1st, 2012. This is session 1, the Thursday night class. We have more people joining us than what I had anticipated. I do have something that I want to talk about in a moment for how we're going to do future classes. We've already made it clear on radio shows and in the forums that as we work our way through some of these, first starting out intro classes, we're just going to get a feel for how we want to run everything to make the experience as smooth as possible. And there's some changes that I already personally like that we're going to have coming up, but I'm going to let you guys be the first to hear them and let me know what you think about them. So again, this is the C# 101 class for those of you member sponsors out there. Welcome. Your lead instructors will be both Nelson LeKay and myself for this class. We both have a different style in presenting information, and hearing from both of us could be good, should be good. I tend to sometimes be long-winded and go on forever. If that happens and you're already comfortable with what I'm doing, just sneak away, go get some coffee, go watch a TV show, come back a little bit later. Just keep in mind I'm trying to target the complete beginner. And that is what this class is designed for, the complete beginner to C#. I'm looking for people that have had absolutely no experience. Now, we do have some people that are in both this class and the Monday class, as I recognize a lot of the names in BuzzNet right now, that have a good bit of experience with C#. I do want to throw this out there real quick. For those of you that are turning in homework and you're feeling good because you've gone through the XNA 101, or maybe you've been working with C# for a while, and you're going to impress us with your homework, so you're going to start using fancy stuff. If you use fancy stuff, we hold you accountable for using fancy stuff properly, so you can still fail your assignment if you are miles ahead of other people as far as your knowledge goes. But if you try to be fancy and you do it wrong, dun, dun, dun. All right, so the prerequisites for this class is very important. Since it's designed for a complete beginner, the only thing that you need to have is Visual Studio 2010. Express will work just fine. If you happen to be running Professional or Ultimate or Premiere, that's cool as well. Last time around, Nelson ran a VM with a fresh install of Express, and I ran my typical development build, but this time around I have gone ahead and thrown on Express as well with no plugins or anything, just so that we can keep everything as in sync as possible and try not to confuse those of you when you're seeing different colored stuff showing up from what you're seeing on your screen. So it's that simple. If you happen to be an advanced user with C#, make sure if you have questions that you want to ask, those questions are done during breaks or afterwards, meaning after the class is over with, because I do not want to throw off our beginners. That's very important. Another thing, we're not using the IRC. We are getting into again, as I said a few minutes ago, a web-based BuzzNet, as well as the actual executable that a lot of you are running at the moment. And I know there are a few of you that are unable to run it. Our apologies. We've been so slammed. And yesterday was our first day with some free time. And Nelson and I decided to use that free time recording some new awesome MMO content. And it was absolutely awesome stuff. So for those of you that are following along with the MMO, which should be everyone that's in my class, or in this class right here, in my opinion. And if you're not in it and you want to get in it because you're a member sponsor, just get a hold of Zach and he will make sure that you get a seat. But and yes, it's very advanced content, but it doesn't start out that bad at all. So anyways, we worked on that yesterday. Then we ended up spending the rest of the time last night and today working on the web-based stuff, other classroom utilities. So by Monday, everything should be rolling along nicely. So if you can't run the one application, you can just use the web-based app. But that does give everyone a means of chatting in our own private classroom that's away from the IRC, which is something that I wanted for a lot of different reasons. I do want to point out, because we did have somebody make a complaint about this the other day, that there was a lot of chatter going on in the chat room, and he found it very, very distracting. So for those of you that find chatter that's going on in a chat room to be distracting, please minimize it, okay? Nelson did leave the minimize button on the window. It's not something that is required. There are those of you that have a little bit of C# skill that will be bored during some of these intro type lessons, and you may be tossing questions around inside of BuzzNet, asking other people, such as Gavin or some of our other users that have experience for some answers while we're talking about the super simple stuff, and that's fine. I just want to make sure that if anyone feels like they're getting kind of blasted by everything that's just going by and they just absolutely have to watch it, just minimize it. That's all you got to do, right? Okay, so this course, homework assignments. Assignments will be given out before the end of each class and are expected to be submitted 2 days prior to the start of your next class. That means after tonight is over with and you have your homework assignment, it's due 2 days prior to next Thursday, not this coming Monday class. Also, don't forget, you are welcome to attend both the classes. I have two lovely ladies behind me right now. A lot of you guys are starting to become familiar with them, both Suzanne and Meta, and they are complete beginners to the world of programming. So it's an excellent way for me to gauge how well we're doing as we observe them doing their homework here in-house. And I can also see what kind of questions they have. And I was very proud of both of them to see them having no difficulty at all overall getting the homework knocked out that we did from Monday. But they will be attending the class tonight. So that's twice in 1 week, and this will just have the content absorb in even better. So again, if you guys happen to be home on Mondays and you're home on Thursdays and you want to jump in and do the class again, you are more than welcome to. So let's see. Also, I just saw a question come in. Even though we're going to try to avoid answering questions from the BuzzNet chat, if you want to ask questions for now, you can use the BuzzNet app or feel free to use the webinar question area as well. So, and the person who said that it really upsets them big time, I won't use the words and language that was used, that they cannot connect to BuzzNet, I apologize. But at the moment, it's not an absolute must, so just hang in there. We'll have a place for you to connect for sure coming this Monday. So again, Monday classes are at 3 p.m. Central, and our Thursday classes, as you know, are 9 p.m. our time Central. Next thing I want to talk about is this is a certificate program, and what we came up for achieving your certificate is you must attend at least 50% of the classes. We don't want it to where you just never show up at all. And just do only homework. So you got to have at least 50% attendance. So that's pretty cool. Out of 6 weeks, you've only got to show up 3 times. Ideally, if you truly are new to working with C# and programming in general, I would highly recommend showing up to all of these classes. While participation is not absolutely required, it is highly recommended. Okay. So please, if you're having difficulty understanding something, do not be shy to ask, okay? Don't be shy to ask. Wow, that's interesting that BuzzNet was working 10 minutes before class and now it won't connect. Did you hear that, Nelson? I just wanted to...
Yeah, I was actually just responding. Okay. But I guess I could say it.
Okay,
Have you tried shutting it completely off, not your computer, the BuzzNet app, and starting it again? Just because 10 minutes before class, I didn't have this classroom in there. Immediately before class, I deleted the old classroom and created a new one.
Ooh, that's right. Same thing I was telling Suzanne.
Okay,
several times. And that's the same thing that's happening to Suzanne as well. Wonder why it doesn't like the new one. Okay, so anyways, moving forward. So 50% of the classes must be attended. It could be a Monday class, and then let's say the next week you show up on a Thursday. Now you have credit for 2. If you show up on a Monday and then again that week on a Thursday, no, You do not get credit for 2. That is just one of the sessions that you get credit for. So nice try if you were thinking that. Homework. You will have to receive satisfactory marks on all homework. So if you do not submit an assignment, then you will not get a certificate. That is something that's going to be required, and we are going to be real sticklers as we get into some of the more advanced programming classes, because we will expect our students to be more advanced. Finally, the last thing that's just on this list of a quick what's to be expected, BuzzNet. We've already talked about that a good deal. A lot of you are using it just fine right now. I know that we have the webinar question section, and then we have this BuzzNet thing. Unfortunately, webinar does not have chat that functions the way we would like for it to function. It only allows admins to address you guys. But real quick, thank you, Rich, for the question. He said, can we redo homework if we don't get a satisfactory mark on it? Absolutely. Gavin is our TA, which I'll let him talk in just a second. He has been doing a wonderful job working with Nelson and I today as he's going over all of the homework that's being submitted. And anything that is extraordinary, he shares with us when people go way above and beyond. And something that, if he runs into anything that just has serious questions in regards to should this person even pass, he's also discussing it with us. But he's been doing an absolutely outstanding job. If he does run into problems with your code, he will basically give you the use case that he was using when running your application that caused it to generate whatever error it generates. And so he'll just fire that back to you guys via PM, and then you can make the changes and submit it again. So let's see. Thomas asks about attending the entire class for getting credit. No, I'm not going to force you to that, Thomas, but try to attend more than 5 minutes. Yeah, so that would be good. And that's another thing that's really nice is, of course, we get all of the details as far as when people disconnect. We're able to get good information between both the webinar system and BuzzNet working in tandem with one another. So that is helpful. So yes, you can resubmit, and yes, you can leave early. And if you have to leave early, it's not going to be the end of the world at all. The certificate will also be signed by both Nelson and I for this class, and then they will be delivered via PDFs most likely, so it'll be your responsibility to print them out. So that'll keep it from being a giant mess for us. So Nelson, is there anything else you want to say? Oh, there is one thing that I want to say. Let's spend just 1 second talking about the way I kind of would like to see some of our future classes. For those of you that are in here right now, and let's say you start giving a try to a few of these C# classes, and let's say you really like it and you decide that you want to stick with it. We already have a 102 class that is in the works, and we do plan on continuing this, almost kind of like a little mini university for C# all the way up to advanced levels. We will be repeating the 101 class down the road a couple of months from now for those that come in as member sponsors way behind those of you that are in the class right now and would like to attend. So it's not like this will be the end of the 101 class, but we do plan on continuing to advance the content that's being delivered. But here's the killer thing. If we do 2 classes each week with the same thing, one, it's pretty stressful on us because it's somewhat repetitive. I mean, obviously, we're not going to be saying the exact same thing, and since we make all of our stuff up on the fly, the cool thing is the examples may change around and the drawings as well. But the idea of doing 2 back-to-back and then our Monday class having so many people in it, and then the Thursday class not having many people in it, of course, was a bit concerning. Though, I have to admit, I am pretty surprised. We're not too far off from having the same number of people that we had in the Monday class. So I'm actually very impressed with that. But here's the way that I would like to do our future classes. We will pick a day and time that we will hold the class. Then we will pick another day later in the week, at a different time, again, trying to accommodate people around the world, in which we will hold an open office hours time. So let's say that we were doing that with C# right now. That means that we would have kicked tonight off by opening it up at 9 p.m. our time for any of you that are in the class to join in, and it is just 2 hours of complete open time where you're free to ask questions. We can jump onto your screen and help you with any problems that you're having. It just gives you a better opportunity to interact with us in regards to your education. So as I just saw over in BuzzNet where Serdak said that sounds fun, absolutely, I agree. It's one of the things when I taught at the Renaissance Center for those 7 years that I absolutely loved, and that's when I had students working on projects, and then we just had open time for questions and little examples, and it's always a good time. And as long as you get involved, you should be able to take a lot away from it. So Zach and I don't have the day we're going to be doing it for Blender yet, but I know there are some of you that are in this class that also have signed up for the Blender class that starts Saturday. We will be doing that with the Blender class. So Zach and I will both make ourselves available at least one day during the week outside of Saturdays. And of course, we're not going to be doing anything on Sunday, so it won't be on Sunday, in which you guys can come in for 2 hours, and it'll go longer if need be, and we'll be there to offer help. So that should be very helpful. Let's see. Will those sessions be recorded? Outstanding question, Rich. I think they should be, because those of you that are watching these videos, you know how to use the scrubber. You can fast forward, or if you find it boring, then you can, hit stop. So I think it's a good idea, and I think we should. Let's see, I also saw Brian with a question. If we are unable to attend the Monday class at 3 p.m., can we watch the video but still participate and get credit? If you missed the Monday class at 3, I would really like for you to try to catch the Thursday class if possible. So again, but you can miss 50% of the 6-week class and still make it through without any trouble at all. Still get the certificate. And then Sly, I guess. I'm not sure, Mr. White, how to pronounce your first name, but I'm not sure. But is that Blender class for a total noob? Yes, it is for a total noob that's interested in getting into production. So that should be a lot of fun. I'm actually looking forward to Saturday morning myself. And outside of that, I'm looking if there are any other questions over here that have come in that can be answered right now. I do not see anything. So as I take a quick breath, all right, I think that's everything. So anyways, that's what we want to start doing with our upcoming classes. I think it would just be more valuable to you guys to do it that way. So Nelson.
Yes.
There you
yes.
go.
Sorry, I was drinking my ice, so I muted myself.
Oh, Jen did just make a comment over in the questions panel. Thank you very much, Jen, that Zach mentioned that we should have gone through the fundamentals for Blender. So, and those are free videos on 3D Buzz. Blender is also free, and Zach will also be using GIMP for the texturing work, which is also free. So outside of just being a member sponsor for the $35, everything else is, well, free, other than your time. But so that's cool. Let's see. Are there upcoming C++ classes as well? Yes, there are, Enrico. And those will, I'm still looking at sometime this month. And just as soon as I have more details on that, I will let you know. But we are for sure. And then, are you monitoring BuzzChat in the pound class over in the IRC? No, Big Chuck, we are not. I'm probably at the edge of all the processes I need to be running on my poor machine at the moment. James asks, just to clarify, if I miss every Monday but make every Thursday, that's 100% attendance. That's correct, sir. That's 100% attendance because it's the same session that'll repeat on Thursday. And Michael asks, will you be giving a Maya 101 course? Absolutely. Zach and I have already spent a couple of lunches discussing some of the fun things that we can do in there because our Maya fundamentals videos are quite outdated. And, we're at Maya 2012, and we're about to be seeing another update soon. And so, yes, Arcania, 3ds Max. Come on, everybody knows Max. So I don't know about Max. Maya for sure. We haven't talked about Max. Let me just leave it at that. That's fair. Okay, Gavin, and Gavin, you be quiet. With that, let me go ahead and introduce Gavin before we take off. Gavin, say hi to everyone. Oh, I know you're there, Gavin. You just typed in the thing. You're unmuted.
Hello.
Hello. Gavin from the UK. How you doing tonight, sir?
I'm very well, thank you. Yes, not so bad.
Very good. Anything you'd like to say to the students out there? Gavin is our TA. That stands for basically our teacher's assistant, though we'll end up elevating that title because he's much, much more than just a TA, as he's actually been involved with discussing the syllabus and the content that's being put together and all. But do you want to take just a second and talk about homework from your point of view as far as people submitting and everything?
Yeah, for as far as I can tell from Monday, most people seem to be getting the idea. I had a couple of people who can't quite read instructions, either didn't write the right subject line or didn't use code tags. But I know they seem like I've been lenient on those because it's the beginning and it's the first week and people need to get into the habit of it. But I was discussing, Jason and I were discussing this earlier, and it's indicative of following a brief, being able to follow instructions. So that is something. If you're once we get more than one class going on and different subjects going on, it just makes it hard for me to keep track of what goes with which class. If it just comes in saying. This is for, here's a message, yeah. But no, one thing I have noticed is, because Jason was talking about people throwing lots of code that they know from other places in, it's quite, it can help, it's very easy if you know a bit more code than just the very basics of what has so far been taught in the lesson, to chuck a lot of more complicated code at the problem to solve it. But that kind of can lead to a lot of code. I've had pages of code off a couple of people.
That is true.
Yeah, really quite long chunks of code. I think the shortest managed to get it down to about 67 lines. Mm-hmm. I think, and that includes white space and parentheses. But there's a certain amount of I guess this goes more into the sort of philosophy of coding, but trying to do things as cleanly and simply as possible.
Yeah.
I'm personally speaking, I'm more impressed by the people who've implemented it very simply and elegantly and cleverly than people who've implemented 18,000 things that weren't asked for.
So there you go. You've heard it straight from Gavin himself. So if you're trying to impress him, be elegant about it. Try not to write a novel with code. For such a simple. Go ahead.
And shortest does not mean single line.
Yeah. No kidding.
Was that a note to self?
No, that was someone in the chat.
Yeah, and also let me say this as well. This is really important, and I did not mention this. This is extremely important. When we do these live classes, they're live, which means since we are in a webinar type setting and we're giving you guys our time, it's not like a university where a professor is on the clock and is waiting for the end of class and tells everyone to get out. If you guys have to go, I totally understand. Please do not get upset with us if we happen to, once we start teaching, and the teaching rolls on into way more than 2 hours, which sometimes it will. The other day's class was almost 4 hours, so some of that will be cut out this time around because it wasn't really necessary, and I kind of just got carried away a couple of times. But we do record these videos. We do make them available. So you'll be able to, and if it's not up tonight, because it's going to be very late my time when we get done, it'll be up early tomorrow. You can go back and review everything that you missed or anything that you may be having difficulty with. So Nelson, if you want to bring up 3D Buzz real quick while people are looking at your screen, you can show them the temporary page that we've got in place. So if you look at your screens, what Nelson's going to do, he's got this really fast computer, so as you can see, we're already there. How's it going?
That's my VM. Fine. This is the real computer.
All right, so at the top in the menu bar, you'll see there is a live classes section. Very, very simple. If you happen to bring it up on your computer and it's all squashed down into a little bitty corner on the left, make sure you refresh the page because you just don't have an updated version of the style sheet. As classes are finished, like in this particular case, we're looking at March, but this last class was in February on Monday. So Nelson, go ahead and back up real quick to February. All right, so you'll see right there, the 27th, we had the intro to C# 1A. And Nelson, don't do it, but all you guys got to do is just click watch, and it'll take you straight into the video system, right to that video. Now, Nelson, if you go ahead and jump back forward to March for me. All right, here, it's real simple. This is also a quick way to get into, when you start seeing new classes appear, that's how you can just jump right in and register, or and if you've already registered, then that's not going to be a problem. You'll just be able to watch, and the watch will become available once that class actually completes. So that's how that works. Don't forget, and it will be posted. There's a lot of people asking about when will this video be posted for the class, not this one, but the Monday class. And it was posted right after the class, just a couple of hours later. Just keep an eye over on the member sponsor forum because I do throw stuff in there quite often now that we're doing these classes, just to keep you guys updated with things. So please.
And Nelson, if you could just go back to the go and show the homework submission thread while you're on the site, because there's some questions have come in. In the member sponsored lounge, there is a thread.
Okay. This one?
Yeah. And there's, the guidelines for submission are there.
So we have a special account set up that you can PM your code to. Gavin, was there anything you wanted to say on top of that, or?
No, that was it for that. I did see a question.
What are the code
Roland's son, because he's asked this about 13 times. When do we tell us how we did on our homework? I think we decided Nelson will go through his methodology and make any comments on anything that particularly stood out as bad or good at the beginning of the following week.
Okay,
but that's subject to change.
But I can say this, Roland, that if your homework has been submitted, if you had failed, because Gavin's real close to being done with all of the homework. If you didn't get satisfactory marks, then you would most likely have already been contacted, because he was replying to people today.
Look at my list.
So just letting you know. Okay.
See, his name begins with an R, so I may well not have got to him yet.
Okay. So, and also if you have any specific questions in regards to anything that's going on with the homework, you can also use that PM link to send the question to. And I do plan on putting one forum up in the member sponsor area that is just for live classes. We've been discussing how we want to handle protocol for making posts in there. I just don't want to go creating a whole bunch of different live classroom type forums in 3D Buzz. It would just be nice to have one place, but just, with a protocol that has to be followed for the subject matter for easy searching. So also, I don't know if you saw, Gavin, there was a question that came in from Mr. White saying, what are code tags?
Oh, the code tags. Yes, that's all. It's still on the screen at the moment. If you just scroll down a little bit, Nelson. These point at the code tags, sir. These code and /code are code tags.
And by using them, if you go up a little bit, that's what it looks like.
It guarantees that it keeps the same formatting that you've had, and
that's very helpful.
Just more convenient. Yes, it's helpful. Generally, on the forums, you'll want to be using code tags, and people will actually complain at you if you're not using code tags to put code in, because you can't read it properly if you're not using code tags.
Yeah.
That's about that.
Sweet. Well, Gavin, thank you very much, sir. And Nelson.
Jason.
All right. Let's go ahead and put away your browser. And let's jump over to Visual Studio 2010. So you got the same background on your virtual machine. Yeah, that's just, so I don't know what machine I'm looking at. Well, I guess the lack of a million icons on your start bar should be a clue. So at this point, again, everybody should have Visual Studio 2010 installed. You can get Express for free, which is awesome.
Something is destroying my CPU right now.
Really?
Or maybe it's the disk bandwidth.
You're not still running Windows 8 in another VM right now, are you?
No, I paused that.
And segfault, for those of you that are in BuzzNet, segfault is absolutely right. You can get Pro for free. If you just go to the website Spark. So what exactly is that website, segfault, if you want to type it out? Website spark.com, and I'm also seeing dreamspark.com. Okay, so there's definitely several links that are coming through, and anyone who happens to watch this video later and you're curious about what was being said, you can just ask over in the member sponsor lounge or in the regular lounge or the C# lounge. There's already been posts about it in the past, but it's very easy to get your hands on Pro for absolutely free. So DreamSpark is for education students. There is but there is one of these that is not for just students, but also like small businesses and things like that. So just wanted to point that out. Okay, so I see it came up. How are we doing, Nelson? Good?
Should be good. I just nuked a bunch of programs on my host, so.
Okay. Okay, so for those of you that are completely new to working with any sort of programming language, we could, if we want to, use a basic text editor to write all of our code in, but it probably wouldn't take no more than about 15 minutes before you want to jump off a building. Because if you're working inside of Notepad, you're not going to have all of the incredible tools that are provided by what is known as an IDE, an Integrated Development Environment, that makes life easy while you're coding. See, while I'm coding, I'm lazy, and I like to type as little as I can, and I like for Intellisense to help me complete stuff. I don't like having to memorize tons of methods. I just like knowing, specific functionality exists on specific objects, and then as Intellisense comes to life when I begin typing, I can quickly look through for something that perhaps I used a year ago, and I remember it's there, but I can't exactly remember what its name is. Very handy. But if you're using, say, Notepad, you don't get Intellisense. I did see done say N++, I would assume he's talking about Notepad++, which I do use that. But of course, I don't use that for my coding in C#, though Notepad++ is an absolutely awesome program. So an integrated development environment, that is what Visual Studio 2010 is, and it is going to make your life easy in coding. So Nelson, why don't you go ahead and spend just a second and talk about how BuzzNet works for those that are going to be participating and following, so they know how to say that they are participating, and then explain how the ready works real quick.
There was a question about monodevelop.
Okay, yeah, here's
by the way.
no, thank you very much. Monodevelop, you can use it. We are, we're not supporting it. This is a Visual Studio 2010 class. I mean, it's C#, but as we said in the prerequisites on the forums, it is a Visual Studio thing that we're going to be using. So if you're using monodevelop, that's fantastic. I see right there we've got someone who says that they used it for Monday's class and had no problems at all. Quick question for you. What is that? RedTaf99? Did it have a console application? just kind of curious. It did. Wow, impressive. Because Meta here was working on a Mac, and she had downloaded it, and I did not see console application anywhere as one of the things being done. Yeah, I figured it would have run in the Mac terminal, but it just didn't show as an actual project type. So, okay, good to know. I'll look into that a little bit further later. So you can follow but there may be some things that are slightly different, and the reason we're not outright supporting it, because if we jump over to your screen, we're not spending our time getting up to speed with MonoDevelop. We've got enough things going on with the different classes and the MMO and other projects we're working on. So you should have no trouble, but I just wanted to mention that. So Nelson, why don't you give them a quick trip around the UI, and then let's go ahead and spend just a second talking about the difference between a solution and projects.
Or we're going to talk about the ready check button?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead and do that real quick. My bad.
Okay. So yeah, if you go ahead and find this toolbar, it's probably going to be floating on your GoToMeeting window. Go ahead and hit the participate button. If you hit the participate button, you'll be marked as participating, and we can follow or we can track you as you have or as we ask you, if you're ready to do something. We can make sure to see, if everybody is ready to do something, so that we can move forward. If you are participating, it has 3 buttons. It has not ready, 1 minute, and ready. So that's pretty self-explanatory. If we ask that everybody follows along and gets a bit of code up on their screen, we're going to reset the ready check button we have the capability to move everybody's
like that.
Yeah, like that. Ready check button over into the not ready state. And then as you progress, if you need, if you feel that you're taking a little bit longer than you thought you would, maybe you can hit the 1 minute button to let us know that you're still active at your computer working on it and hadn't gone AFK. And then finally, when you're finished, make sure that you hit the ready button. If you don't want to participate, you don't have to, but obviously we recommend that you do.
Yes, we do recommend that you do. But if you find yourself in a position where you're going to be away from the keyboard for a while, then just basically stop participating so that it takes you out of our list that we're able to monitor as far as people being ready to move forward. And then when you come back, just jump right back into participating. That's not a problem at all. Just last time in the Monday class, we had a couple of people that went AFK and forgot to remove themselves, and so we're sitting here waiting on them, not knowing that they were not even at their computer. But it is very helpful for us because we do encourage that you guys get involved and follow along, but we need feedback to know when people are ready to move forward or if there's somebody that's having trouble with anything. And don't be shy if you're having trouble. Do not be shy. Don't treat this like a college or high school classroom. Let us know. All right. Okay, so that's how that works. Piece of cake. And Nelson, back over to Visual Studio then.
Okay. Also, we did have somebody ask Sugnatsu, who didn't see the participate button on his BuzzNet window. But if you look at your webinar window, it should be at the bottom right corner.
Yeah, it won't be on your BuzzNet window. It should attach itself to your webinar window. Oh, I see. Excellent.
Okay, so this is Visual Studio. Like Jason said, well, are we taking a trip around the UI? You want me to start a project?
Let's a real quick trip around. And hang on, we do have just real quick a couple other questions. BuzzNet is still not working for me and others. Is that an issue? We'll be getting credit for the class. But the fact that you guys registered, Alan, thank you very much for the question. It's a good question. Just the fact that you registered through the webinar system and then joined in, of course, through the webinar system, we still get all of that data. So, yes, you will still get full credit. So you have nothing to worry about. And one other question I saw that had come in was, can they use, if they have ReSharper installed, that's not a problem. That's your own thing. Oh, and Doug had the question of, will you include a BuzzNet transcript for those of us not able to connect tonight? Nelson, this is all event sourced, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you can.
We have we have the record for all of everything that's been said in the chat. We could compile a list. There's no built-in functionality at the moment to do that, but
we can.
But certainly the data is there.
So if it's something you guys want, yes, it can be done. Okay, so now let's go ahead and hold off on questions now. Let's go ahead and get a little bit of teaching going.
Okay. So hopefully by now everybody has Visual Studio open, and they'll see this. I mean,
yeah.
It's there's a welcome screen. There's a menu bar, toolbar.
Are you still with us, Nelson?
Yes.
What's wrong?
Oh, no. Okay, so start up a new project or... I don't know what.
Oh, you just don't know what to. Okay, so you've got some toolbars. You've got your menu bar at the top. Most important thing, of course, it's going to come up with the start page. You can use that to quickly gain access to recent projects that you've been working on if Nelson hovers his mouse over that particular area. So there's recent projects. They will show up from there. And then over on the right-hand side is the Solution Explorer. And this is where I want us to focus at the moment. So what Nelson's going to do is he's going to make a console application. Now, there's different types of applications that we can make inside of a Visual Studio with C#. As a matter of fact, Nelson, if you want to take just a second and kind of go over some of those.
Okay. In this case, because this is Visual C# Express, we're pretty much limited in what we see here. If we were in Visual Studio Pro, over here on the left, we would see a list for all the different languages that Pro supports. But in this case, we just have these options available to us. We have the Windows Forms application, which uses the Windows Form library for creating graphical user interfaces. That allows you to use designers to put together, different forms and stuff and attach code to it and all that stuff.
So yeah, if you've got a Windows-based application that's going to have menu bars and buttons and things like that, that's probably, that's one of the ways you can go with a Windows Form application.
Yep. WPF, or Windows Presentation Foundation, is basically the successor of Windows Forms. It was introduced, I believe, with Vista, and it's more or less the standard for developing Windows applications these days. It's a lot more robust than Windows Forms. It has a pretty good designer, and you describe UIs in an XML language rather than a designer where you're literally just changing the code that Visual Studio is outputting. With WPF, you get to use a HTML, XML-like language to describe your user interface. So then we have the console application. Console application is only capable of running in a console window. So a console window would be something like this.
And this is how we're going to be working for a while.
A console window is the simplest way to do input and output, so it's a great way to introduce people to programming. Then we have a class library. A class library project does not compile into an exe file that you can run. Instead, it compiles into a DLL. And a DLL is a single file that represents a reusable bit of code that you can package along with other projects. So if you were to create, some awesome code that you want to reuse in a bunch of different situations, you could compile it into a DLL and then distribute it to other people that they can then use that DLL to bring your code into their projects. WPF browser application is a WPF application with a different template of a WPF application. It just sets up some different initial parameters for you as far as how the windows look. Then we have empty project, which is just an empty project.
Okay, very good. So, like I said, we're going to be using console application because that's going to just be our simplest type of application that we can create and allow us to really just focus on the C# language, which is what we're here for.
I do want to point out one more thing, though.
Mm-hmm.
No matter how many templates you have under here, there's really only 3 types of C# applications, or rather specifically, there's only 3 ways that C# can output an executable or DLL. And that's going to be a program that does not start off with the console window, a program that starts off with the console window, and a program that compiles into a DLL. So the difference, for example, between the WPF application and the Windows Forms application is just the code that it generates for you automatically. They're actually technically the same thing. So don't think of this as something that's locking you into how a particular thing works. All these templates are about is stuffing in some initial code for you to start off with. The console application basically starts us off with the very little amount of code, and it has the settings set properly to compile it to a console.
Okay.
So yeah.
Let's go ahead and click OK. And if you guys want to follow along with this, feel free to go ahead and do the same thing. Go ahead and create a new console application just so that as Nelson is walking through the Solution Explorer, you guys can follow along as well. We do have a question that came in from Rich. Can you build into more, let's see, in the more thing, one type into a single project? Do you see the question, Nelson?
I think he's asking
console.
if we can result in a project that compiles into multiple executables, or DLLs.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the answer is yes and no. No, a project will always compile into a single build artifact. However, a solution, which we'll get to, gives you the capability of adding multiple projects to a single entity that's grouped together in Visual Studio.
Right, and we're about to talk about that in just a second. Another question that came in from Ken was name of the project. You're going to find us just basically saying new project, console, and just accepting the default console application and whatever number it appends to the end based off how many you've already created for now, until we start getting into more serious programs. I mean, when you start your homework, and you guys have seen it's the vending machine, if you want to start your project up and call it vending machine, that's cool. But in this particular case, when we're going through these examples and you guys are following along with us, just accept console application, whatever, and that's fine. There was another question that came in from Alan in regards to setup of the Visual Studio IDE. This question may not be relative yet, but what version of .NET Framework are we going to be utilizing? We're going to be utilizing 4, though I'm sure as we work our way deeper into this class, the word Unity is going to come up a few times, and we'll probably talk about some differences and some things that aren't available in 3.5 that we need to be aware of for those of you that are actually using Unity and using this course to kind of get up to speed with C# for doing game design stuff. Okay, so and one last one real quick, and Big Chuck asked about BuzzNet is still not operating, which again, for those of you that are having trouble with BuzzNet running, don't worry about it. It's okay. Apologies that you can't see what's going on in the BuzzNet chat right now, though please continue to use the questions panel in the webinar because that is what I'm looking at for actual questions. And as far as there being a participate button, without BuzzNet running, there is no participate button. Though, if you'd like to follow along, we still encourage it. Don't feel shy to use the question panel to say, I'm still working on this, hang tight 1 minute, or just give me a second, or something like that. Anything to let me know that you're wrapping something up. So we're still golden, okay? All right, so with that, let's go ahead and turn our attention back over to the IDE. So we've got this template that has come up for us inside of a file that is called program.cs. When we're working with our source code files in C#, that is the extension that you'll be seeing, .cs, as opposed to, for those of you that are used to header files or C files or C++ files being .cpp. .cs is what we're going to be seeing for C#. Now, Nelson, go ahead and spend a minute and talk about the concept of a solution and its projects.
Yeah, so we kind of touched on this a little bit earlier, where a project is always going to result in a single build artifact, as in the compiler is going to be given a project and it's going to spit out either a DLL or an executable file. However, inside of Visual Studio, there's the concept of a solution, and that allows us to group multiple projects into a single entity and load them up all at the same time as a unit, rather than having to open up multiple Visual Studio instances to work on particular projects. We aren't going to necessarily be, branching out to different projects within the same solution, for a bit, but it's good to realize that the solution allows you to have as many individual projects underneath it as you want. Just
to let you know something, Nelson, that I thought was interesting while you're talking about multiple projects within a solution, and that was when Suzanne began doing her, actually it wasn't her homework, it was when she was following along while you were doing the class Monday. What she would do each time, instead of making a new console application, a brand new entire solution and project, is she would just add a new project inside of the solution and just work with that. And I ended up having to show her how to set which project was the active startup project. But once she got a hold of that, she ended up just grouping all of her different projects that she followed along with in class inside of one solution. I just thought that was interesting. I hadn't seen a student do that when following through with a class before.
Yeah, that is, I mean, that's a valid use for solutions and projects, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But, so yeah, so that's what a solution is, that's what a project is. In this case, they're both named the same thing, but that's irrelevant. In this case, you know, there's only one item under here, but there could be multiple. So, yeah.
Okay. So properties, references, code files.
Yes. So underneath each project, you're going to have a list of the individual files that make up this project. In this case, we have a single source file, program.cs, that's going to constitute this project. And we also have these guys. The references I'll get into in a second. This is not a real folder. This is not a folder that corresponds to anything on your hard drive. Properties contains the assemblyinfo.cs file, which I guess I lied when I said that there are multiple, or if there's a single source file underneath this project, but we don't have to worry about the assemblyinfo.cs file. That's just for annotating our assembly with particular attributes, but we don't necessarily have to get into it, and that's just going to be hidden within our properties folder within our solution. Our references just allows us to remember how we were talking about earlier about how you can take code and package it up into DLLs. References is the mechanism that you use to reference other DLLs that contain code that you want to use. So you'll see that we have a variety of references already set up for us. And most of this is part of the BCL, the base class library from .NET itself. Then we also have a few Microsoft vendor-specific extensions to C# here and all that stuff. We're not going to be worrying too much about what's in here, but if you were ever wondering why you have this folder called references, that this is just how you take code, external code from elsewhere or in the .NET framework itself and use it within your project.
Okay.
Isn't it necessary that a solution contains interrelated projects, i.e. projects that interact with each other? No, not necessary. Generally, that's what you'll end up having, but it's not a requirement or in any way enforced.
Okay, so at this point, everybody should just have this very basic default console application up. Could be 1, could be 2, whatever number, doesn't matter.
According to the ready check, I don't think anybody. Or
No. I'm not looking for people to say that they're ready yet. We're going to jump over to my screen, and so just go ahead and reset it. I'll reset it. Ha. So I'm going to go ahead and jump us over to my screen, and let's do a little bit of something. But first, I must find out. There we are, where we're at, so I can switch us to mine. Here we go. All right, now let's see. I've got a virtual machine running myself down here with Express, so no more, no crazy. Hey, look, application 1 for me as well. So no crazy plugins or anything. So I should look just like everybody else this time around. So I'm going to go nice and easy. The first thing I want everybody to do is hit Control-A. Make sure you have focus over inside your editor window. Hit Control-A and delete. I want everything gone. Now, as we are about to begin working forward, there's 2 things that you might be interested in setting on your editor in Visual Studio. One, these line numbers. Over on the left-hand side, I absolutely love those. They're very important to me. I'll be using them as we work our way through code to point things out on specific lines. So line numbers are off by default. If you would like to turn them on, all you need to do is come up to your menu, go to Tools, come down to Options, and then inside your Options dialog, we had quite a laugh about this the other day. You'll need to come down to the bottom left and check Show All Settings. Because, you know, you're inside the options window and they feel it important to hide some of the options from you. But,
especially the most commonly
no kidding.
Updated options.
So once you've done that, then all you need to do is come down to the text editor, expand that, and then if you want to, like just do a specific language, but we can just do it to all languages. You'll see up under display on the right-hand side, line numbers. Check that, guy. So if you check that, that's going to give you line numbers. And while everyone's doing that, Segfault's asked, what VM software do you use? Seems very quick. Yes, sir. I actually purchased a VM workstation, and I love it. I run everything on it, basically.
Yeah, that's what I'm using too.
Worth every penny, and it really was not that expensive. So once you have turned on line numbers, the next thing that you will probably want to do, Nelson and I are both big fans of it, and that is when you hit a tab, which is, if I go ahead and, as a matter of fact, if I just go ahead and click OK right now, and I hit a tab, so mine is actually, looks like set 2 tabs right now, which is good, but I believe it's default to spaces. As a matter of fact, I know it's default to spaces, meaning that when you hit a tab, what ends up going in here is actually a bunch of different spaces, and that's nasty and becomes a bit of a pain later. And Dunn loves spaces. I love spaces too for actual, white space and making things easy to read, but I don't like my tabs being spaces. So if you'd like to change that as well, again, from inside the options dialog, up under all languages, because I want this consistent for all languages, if you expand that, you'll find tabs. And then from inside of tabs, there is keep tabs. Simply click on that and click OK. So now you should have line numbers and you should have real tabs. And Gavin, I do love the fact that you're over there starting to check things that are answered. That definitely makes things easier for me when I glance over there. So thank you. Okay, so let's write out our first little program here. So very simple. Class, program, and then once you've typed that out, I want you to do an open curly brace, hit enter a couple of times, and do a closing curly brace. And yep, I'll change the text so that you guys can see. How about that, Dave? It's so big, my eyes feel like they're melting. Let me move that over. Yay! All right. Chris takes off his glasses. Very nice, Chris. Okay. So, yes, now you guys can all lean back and get comfortable. All right. So, what we've just done is we've really just declared a type, or a type of type class that's called program. It didn't have to be called program. I could have called it my program. I could have called it JSON. But you guys have already seen a minute ago before we deleted everything, if you paid attention to the code that was already there, program is what they use as the default program class that's going to contain main. So we've got this open and closing curly brace. These guys define a block of code. And you can kind of look at it like this. Everything that goes inside the open and closing curly brace belongs to the guy right before the opening curly brace. So right before him, this guy right here, everything that's going to be inside these braces belongs to him. So everything that goes inside here is a member of program. So the next thing I want us to do is let's go ahead and create what is known as the entry point into our application. Because I'm sure those of you that really are new to programming, you've probably seen code in the past, and you know that we could have lots of different files and lots of crazy looking complicated code, but where does execution really begin inside of a program when you run it? Well, by default, and the way you'll almost always see it is it's going to start in a method called main. Now, what I want you to do is put your cursor between the open and closing curly braces, hit the tab key. Formatting. We're going to talk a little bit more about formatting in just a few minutes. Formatting is something that if you do not do, we will not be happy with you. It's very, very important. So what I want you to type out is the following. Static. Now, C# is a case-sensitive language, so please make sure that you are following the same casing that I'm using, meaning that in this case, program is capitalized, and so far everything else is lowercase. And Raymond asks, I was always curious, since the XNA class in 2007, why other programmers put the open brace on the same line. Does this help with formatting later? Nelson, you want to, as a previous C and C++ developer, you want to talk about that for a second?
It's just people call it a matter of preference, but I mean, I think that putting the curlies on their own lines is objectively better.
Well, this is actually the .NET convention. This is how they want you doing it. Microsoft.
There is that too, but then again, Microsoft doesn't always even follow their own conventions. And I've seen.
I know. I have too.
I've seen people who like reduce the tab indent of Visual Studio to 2 spaces, and then put all their curlies on the same lines, and then it's just it drives me insane.
Yeah. So, but this is what Microsoft recommends as part of their naming convention, in the way that you should be formatting your code, and it is how we will do things. And we will talk more and more about naming conventions as we progress through the next 6 weeks of this class. So everybody should have typed static by now. Now go ahead and type out void, and then after that I want you to type out main. Now we've used our second capitalized letter in this little program here. And immediately following main, so no space, just immediately following, an open and a closing parenthesis. So once you have your parentheses in place, hit enter, and we'll go ahead and create another block. And how do we make blocks? We make blocks with our open and closing curly braces. So there's an open. I'll hit enter a couple of times, and I will do a closing curly brace. Again, this is indicating a new block of code, so the block of code that's going to go inside of here. And in this case, remember what I said earlier, with the formatting, if we follow up here to the opening curly brace, if we look at this, the line preceding it, that's the owner. So you can think of it as all the code that's going to go inside of this block here is going to belong to main. Now, main is a method. And a method is nothing more than a little bit of code that is going to perform some sort of specific task. And we'll get much more into methods coming up here very soon. So this is going to be the only method you're going to be seeing tonight. And right away, you might be wondering, and I did see a few students that had asked about this after the class was over in the forums, and that static and void is something that we're not going over right now. They felt like they were a bit confused because we didn't talk about those specific things. And I believe it was you, Andrew, that came in there and fielded the question, letting them know that right now it's just kind of outside of the scope as to exactly what they mean. Let's just go ahead and make sure to use static and void at the moment. We will be covering what these keywords are. They are important, but there are some important concepts that you need to understand first before anything that I say about them or anything that Nelson says about them makes sense to you. So just, again, this is just going to be the format that we're going to be using right now. So here on line 5, so I'm inside my block of code. I am indenting. So if you're not indenting, make sure you tab over so that your cursor is now tabbed inside of your open and closing curly braces. And inside here, I'm going to type out the following. System, and you're really going to see the IDE kick in here to start helping you out by presenting what's called Intellisense to you to help you in what it is that you are typing. So as soon as I put a dot at the end of system, so put a period at the end of system, we're going to get Intellisense opening up saying, hey, look at all these cool things. These are all available on system that you can use. It's like, all right, well, I know what I need is something dealing with a console because we're going to write out to a console. So as I start typing, I see the word console right there. So I can highlight console, or I can continue typing all of console out. This is really nice though. So now I've got console highlighted. I could hit enter, or I can just put dot. So with console being already highlighted, hitting dot means, all right, we're now going to take a look at what's available in console for us to use. So up to this point, you can just look at it like we typed in system, we put a dot, and then it gave us a list of all the things in system that we could use. So we typed in console, we put a dot. We saw that console was in Intellisense. If it wasn't in the Intellisense being presented to us, we couldn't have used it. So anything else that we would have typed out would have been an error. And so now by putting another dot, we're looking at members of console. So things that are inside of console that we can use. And what I want to do is I want to write out to the screen. So I'm going to do write line. And again, I see there's two forms of write, but as I continue typing, it narrows it down for me. So there's write line. And now I'm going to hold shift and do an open parentheses. So I kind of lied a second ago when I said we're only going to see one method. We're only going to see one method declaration. But we're actually going to be using methods, a few of them, throughout this class tonight. So again, a method being just kind of like a little unit of code that has a name that we can refer to, and when we call upon that method, it's going to do something. So here inside of the write line, so we've done the open parentheses. What I want for you to do now is to create the double quotes for me. And you know, hello world is the common thing that everybody types in, but type whatever you want, right? So I'll do hello world, so I followed the standard protocol. And then close your...
No, you have to type in hello.
Wait, I got to type in what? Nelson?
You have to type in hello world if you've never programmed before.
Oh, do you now?
You do.
Or the...
It's the rule.
Oh, it's the rule. I got you. So what I want you to...
Yes, is set up to...
Is set up for what? Oh, to recognize the fact that if you don't, you get shot or something? And what I want you to do is after you've closed your quotes, your double quotes, by putting another set in there, put a end your parenthesis off and put a terminator in. And that is a semicolon. But from this point forward, you shall know that as a terminator. We've just put a very simple statement in. Oh, D-Stu just said you do it to get the Hello World achievement. I continue to forget about achievements now being in this stuff. It's so funny. So at this point, we've written a very basic program. If you look up here in your tab area, you'll see that program.cs right here has this asterisk up at the top right after the CS. That's indicating that this file has not been saved. You can hit Control-S to save it, and you'll notice that the mark went away. Or just by running, that will also save it as well. To be honest with you, when I'm coding for real, I use Control-Shift-S all the time. And what that's going to do is it will, all of the different code files that you have open, they're all going to show up as different tabs across the top. It'll just save everything. So yeah, Segfault just said over in BuzzNet, he goes, I always Control-Shift-S.
Yes.
And so do I.
Well, there's also another thing. When you add a file to your project, Visual Studio will actually edit your project file. It won't edit your project file that's on disk until you hit Control-Shift-S or close Visual Studio. So you can potentially have your CS projects not contain a file reference if Visual Studio crashes. So Control-Shift-S will save your CS project files as well.
All right. At this point, what I want us to do is there's one hotkey that I want you guys to become familiar with that we're going to be using a lot tonight. I'm not going to get into all the specifics of everything that it's doing. But I want you to look at your keyboard and locate F5 and hit it. This is what you're going to get. It's going to be fast. Pop up. You're going to see just a little flash of a black window, or you should if you typed out everything right. And then it goes away. That's because your program compiled, which we'll talk about compiling in a minute. It executed, and it finished. Main is the entry point for any application that you write, unless you go about taking some extra steps to point to a different method. But generally, it's always going to be main. Okay, so inside of main, the very first line of code after our opening curly brace is going to be where execution begins. And it's very simple. We are going to be walking forward, or the execution will walk forward linearly, one line at a time. It'll execute this line. Then after this statement, it'll execute the next statement. But in this case, we've only typed in one statement. So if this executes, and all this line does is it is going to call upon console, and it's going to have a method in console called writeLine that we're going to call upon, and we're going to pass it hello world, and console is going to write whatever we send it, again hello world, out to the console. That little console window that popped up real fast. But it popped up real fast and went away because once that line executed, you can look at it as being we're here, which is the end of main. Once we get to the end of main, that's the end of your program. So your program's over, it goes away. So let's put something else in there that will allow us to halt execution for a minute so that we can see that we really are getting hello world, or whatever it is that you sent out to the console, showing up. So I've put my mouse back over at the end right after the terminator. I'm going to hit enter, and you'll see that it bounces our cursor down, lined up nicely with system, the statement before it. Let's go ahead and do another call out to the system namespace, which we'll talk about what namespace means in just a few minutes. And you'll notice that the IDE, it's actually pretty clever. It knows that the last thing we utilized in system was console, so it wants to be helpful. So it automatically selects console for us. It assumes that maybe you might want to use that again. So instead of typing anything, all I need to do is hit a period. And I get all of that for free. Again, it's going to continue to be helpful. It now highlights writeLine for me, which is exactly what I want. So I know following writeLine, I'm going to do an open parenthesis. So I can go ahead and just do a Shift 9 and create the parenthesis, and it's going to actually put everything in there for me. But I was just kidding, because I don't want to do another writeLine. So haha. Zach just walked in the room, and I was curious what was going on, so I wasn't paying attention to what I was doing. I'll admit it. I'm going to back all the way back up and hit dot again. And what I want to do is I want to do a read. It'll do a read key. So as I start typing out, so read key. Yes, Zach does have a way of distracting me. I should have asked him to grab me some coffee while he was in here. Hey, Zach! That was worth a try. All right, so let's type in read key. You'll know that you're typing it in right. It is showing up in Intellisense right there. Now let's go ahead and, again, open up with our parenthesis, and then let's immediately close it. So there's nothing in between these parentheses right now. And then terminate. When I say terminate, I mean use that awesome little semicolon. So what this is going to do, now if we take a look at the whole program again, main is our entry point. So this method gets hit first. The very first line inside of main is where execution truly begins. This line gets run, which results in hello world being written out to a console. Once that line has executed, the next line executes. When this line executes, read key, again, another method. You can identify these methods. We have these opening and closing parentheses, and sometimes you'll have stuff inside them, and sometimes you won't, as you see here and here. Again, we're just calling on snippets of functionality that does very specific stuff. So read key, in this case, its specific job is to sit there and listen to the keyboard. Execution is halted. So if there was a line after this line right here. That line's not going to execute until your user that's using this application presses a key on the keyboard. Once that key is pressed, then this line's done and we proceed to the next line. Now, in this case, what's our next line? Our next line is, again, it's just a closing brace, and so, or curly brace, so that's the end of main, meaning it's the end of our program. So if we come in here now, and let's all hit F5 again, and then with F5, this time around, you should have your console staying up, and then Hello World should be available, and it's just sitting there, it's waiting on you to press any key. Now, any key is not a key on your keyboard with a little label on it that says any key. I cannot tell you how many people I have met in the past that actually believe there's an any key on the keyboard. It's not a joke. That's for real. It means when you hit any key on the keyboard. Okay? So hit a key, and you'll notice execution terminates. And there you go. You guys have now written your first successful program. Once you get to this point and it has run, if you are participating as far as the BuzzNet app goes, please go ahead and hit the You're Ready button that Nelson was showing you earlier. There you guys go. Awesome. And if you're having any trouble, feel free to ask. So, all right, we do have a very good point right there, saying that. All right, how do you pronounce that name? Soganastu, sa blah 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 blah, Sog. I shall call you Sog. Wait, Soganatsu. Ooh, Soganatsu. Is that right? All right, Soganatsu. Yes. He's got a good point, and that is, what if we wanted to say press any key to exit? How would you guys go about doing that? See if you can do it real quick. It should be really simple. Just wait. As we all get more comfortable with one another, you got it, Soganatsu. Now do it. Do it. I'm going to start like switching over to your screens, and I'm going to have you guys actually do stuff. It's going to be so much fun. But I won't put anybody on the spot tonight. I'll be nice. But what Soganatsu said is that, we do another write line. And he's absolutely right. Since, as I'd already pointed out, execution starts inside of main when the program's run, and it's one line after another. I mean, it really is that straightforward. So if we want to write out Hello World, and then if I wanted to turn around and say, press any key to end the program, then I would need to put a new line before our read key, not after the read key, because again, remember, we're executing sequentially. It wouldn't make sense to have the read key, so now your user sitting there at Hello World, it's like, oh, that's cute, so he presses any key, so it takes that line, goes to the next line, which says, a write line saying, press any key to continue, but it immediately terminates. So all they see is a quick little flash of something go by, which drives them absolutely insane because they have no idea if the program was just making fun of them or if it was in the middle of breaking or what. So again, just think about it logically. We execute one line at a time in order. So this is what you should have done. System.console.writeLine. Press any key to end program. And I shall now bring it back just a little bit in size so that we fit. Make sure your terminator is in place. You must terminate these simple statements at the end. If you do not, then you will come in here and be like, and I'm so cool. I've got this awesome program that I wrote, but look here at the end, it's got this red squiggly. Pfft, who cares about red squigglies? I'm going to hit F5, and then Visual Studio is going to say, no, there were build errors. Would you like to continue and run the last successful build? No, I want to know what's going on. So if I hit no, look at this. How sweet of Visual Studio to tell me you screwed up. I was expecting a terminator in here, and it's even nice enough to tell us what file, what line, and where at along that line. So, and then even in what project if we have multiple projects. So in this case right here, we're missing a terminator at the end. So let's come over here and put a terminator in place. Whoop. So go ahead and make sure that everything's in place. Hit F5, and you'll see that the program now, it recompiles, re-executes, and again, hello world. Now we're seeing press any key to end program, and so it's sitting there waiting on us, press any key, and once we do, the program comes to an end. All right, so any questions? And again, I'm looking for questions that are related to the very simple thing right here. If you have anything that's more complex, beginners, please try not to stare at the chat and let that confuse you, but feel free to put those over inside of BuzzNet, and I've got Segfault who's helping me out, and there's some other of you guys that I know that are also in there fielding questions as well. So feel free to, yes, Segfault is the man, even if he does love Twilight. Yeah, just feel free to put those types of questions over there. But if you are having questions that, sorry, Segi, but if you are having questions related to what we've typed so far, please feel free to post them over in the questions panel for Nelson, myself, or Gavin to help you with. And in just a minute, we're going to be taking a break. As a matter of fact, and D-Stew's right. He says you can double-click the error to go directly to the problem, and that's a really nice tip for people as well. So let's go ahead and do that. Breaks. Let me explain about breaks real quick. Wait, we got a couple questions coming in over on the panel. Can we specify which key? Yes, you can, Ryan, but that's going to involve just a little bit more, which is something we'll get to a little bit later on. If you want to, let's say, have the user, you're waiting for the user to press the enter key, then you could change read key to read line. And L in line is capitalized. So that is no longer any key. That is waiting for you to actually hit a carriage return. As far as a specific key, once you understand some other basic, or we go over some other basic concepts a little bit later on in this class, yeah, it's a piece of cake to specify which key they have to hit. Also had a question coming in from Doug, and that is, I am not able to see any of the buttons you mentioned, like ready on the webinar window itself. Okay, did you click participate? Well, Doug, are you running the BuzzNet application? If you're not, that's okay. As we're still coming up with solutions for various aspects of BuzzNet. But if you are running BuzzNet, you need to hit participate to actually be having access to those buttons. All right, so the break real quick. I generally, oh, go ahead, Nelson.
There was one other question. What if your Intellisense disappears? Control space will always bring up your Intellisense window.
Meaning, and this is kind of, oops, I'm over on the wrong window. Which this is kind of nice, anyways. So yeah, if you're back over here and you're in the middle of writing something out and you need to get back to it, control space, which I've already got it all in place. But again, that will bring up your Intellisense.
Or complete the word if there aren't any alternative.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I guess I could come back here and change it to that. So now I have several things that I could look at. Again, I just hit control space. That's another really good tip to know. So Doug comes back again with the question of, so the buttons are part of the BuzzNet app and also appear on the webinar window. The way that Nelson has coded the application BuzzNet is that the little participate section does attach itself to the webinar window so that it's very easy to always find that bar if you're running the application. Again, in some of our pre-usage tests, we found that having it elsewhere, the problem was that it could quickly get lost with people. But this way, everybody, of course, can see what we're doing, and that's a great place to attach it. All right, so let me go ahead and say this about the breaks. I generally do my best to do a break about every hour. Sometimes it goes over just a little bit based off of what we're doing or if we're wrapping up a topic. And then we go for anywhere from 5 to 10 minutes to give you enough time to go grab some coffee, use the bathroom, some food, or whatever you may need. You, of course, are welcome to stay and chat as well in BuzzNet. And then we start back up. Also, just know later on, if you go to watch this video, I will pause the video recording during the breaks. So yeah. And again, I just want to reemphasize something I said earlier as far as class times. I put up 2 hours, but that doesn't mean that the class will be 2 hours. And I know that there are some of you that will be frustrated by that. But please try to understand my philosophy when it comes to teaching. In this particular case, like Gavin just said, it's 2 buzz hours, and that is correct. I really want for you guys that are truly wanting to learn this stuff, I am far more interested in you really mastering the content than I am about clocking out. So, you know, we just go until we get the stuff that's on the syllabus complete. So again, for those of you that are very serious about following, you know, very specific times, I apologize in advance because that's not how I am. It's far more important to me to make sure that we get a good, clean presentation out in regards to the content. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and pause, and you guys are now officially on break for a few minutes. Zooming. Click, and we've now come back from our extended break, but Nelson does have some ideas, things that he can look at, and Big Chuck, I'll just have to get you that address through a PM. But it looks like it's not necessary because you're not being booted. Of course, nobody who's watching this video understands what the heck we're talking about, but that's okay. That's just break chit-chat. So moving on, at this point, we do have a handful of people that never hit their ready. People like 3D Spider, D-Stew. There we go. All right.
There's Spider here. I didn't know.
Yeah, he joined us not too long ago. So at this point, yeah, very good. So a few more people checking things off. Yeah, just make sure that you check things off. And at this point, for the record, this is impressive. We now have more people in this class than we did the Monday class, and that actually kind of blows my mind. Yeah, as Alan just pointed out, and Ken, which you guys can't see, but when we are doing the ready check thing, if you are participating, please feel free to use the question panel to say, give me one more moment. And we'll be more than happy to for following along. So we've written our first program. Very simple program. Doesn't do much. It just spits some stuff out to the console. That's not going to impress your wife or your mother or your dog. We need to be able to do a little bit more than that. But before we can get to a point in which we do more than that, we kind of need to understand a little bit more about what is going on. Because for those of you that are completely new to C# and coding in general, this is going to look very cryptic to you. And you've already heard us use this term compile a few different times. What I'd like to do at this point is to spend just a minute talking about compiling and running applications. And I want us to discuss native, managed, and dynamic. I'm sure pretty much everyone that's in the class right now, even if you're not a coder, and for those of you right now, I've seen this question a few times come up in the panel. We cannot see your code. We cannot see your screen. We have to actually tell the webinar to switch to your screen, and before we can see your screen, you have to approve it. So I just want to make sure everybody knows that. But anyways, Big Chuck, you threw me off with that one. Let me get my groove back. What I want to do in talking about native, managed, and dynamic, yeah, now I got my groove back. C++. Many of you guys who have never coded before, I'm sure you've heard of the language C or the language C++. And you've probably even heard the term machine language in the past. And I definitely know you guys have heard, binary or ones and zeros is how a computer talks. What I want to do is, as soon as I can find my mouse, is switch over here to Photoshop. And Nelson, I'm going to let you talk for a minute since I've been talking so much, but I'll start drawing pretty pictures in a moment. Yes, smart get. Native, managed, dynamic. What are we talking about?
All right, those are three just sort of sweeping generalizations about particular languages, and different languages can be categorized in a variety of different ways. The way that we're categorizing languages in this case is how the code gets from being code to running on your system. The majority of, I mean, every language, has a different standard way of getting from its source code to something that is running on your computer. I do want to point out, however, that a language is just a language. It's just a specification that says what text is accepted when you write a program in a particular language. It doesn't necessarily define what happens to that language after you write that code and try to run it. However, every language has sort of, I guess you could say, a standard way to get from source code, text files, to a result running on your computer. And the three ways that I like categorizing that, at least in my head, and especially so we can maybe bridge some concepts from other languages people here might have heard of, is categorizing different languages between native, managed, and dynamic. Because those are three terms that you will hear people describe languages as quite frequently, and there are a bunch of different generalizations you can make about a language given its nature. So I guess we can start off with
Let's start off talking about native.
Yeah, the simplest one, native. Native languages, traditional or generally, or well, not always. Like I said, you could write a program that takes C# or C++ code and turns it into C# if you wanted to. But I'm just going to say, so although it's not technically, a requirement, I'm just going to say right now, for sake of argument, that C++ will always be turned from C++ code, source code, text written in the C++ language, into a native image, a native executable that contains instructions that are executed directly and literally onto the CPU that you compiled your application for. So what I mean by that is I threw in the word compiler there. What's a compiler? A compiler is a program. It's just a program that takes in code written in one language and outputs code written in, I guess, another language. So in this case, the language that we're coming from is C++. The language that we're going to, in this instance, we're assuming that we are compiling C++ on a Windows 64-bit box. So the language it comes from is C++. The language it goes to is x86-64 assembler, which is a language that is only understood by very specific CPUs, and those instructions are then executed directly on the CPU.
And the way that even occurs is when you're on your computer and you double-click on one of these executables, the operating system knows how to go about handling that application. It knows about setting up the process space for it. So basically a process address space is set up, and then this executable, an image of it is mapped into the address space, and then from there it knows where execution needs to begin. A main execution thread gets established and execution begins at its entry point.
Right. Yeah. You also indirectly bring up a good point, though, that the operating to native languages will be operating system specific. Their compilers will be, so that the executable that a Linux compiler for C++ will generate is an executable that the Linux operating system understands how to use, just like a compiler for a Windows or Windows compiler for C++ will generate an executable that Windows specifically knows how to use. So even if the processor architectures are the same between those two platforms, you're still going to have a different format of executable that needs to be understood by the platform you're running on. Now, obviously, it'll make more sense once we compare it to the managed languages, but native languages generally are the quickest because they have absolutely no overhead in initializing the executable, nor do they have any overhead during runtime because every single instruction that the computer literally needs to execute is known at compile time. So yeah, so now Jason, I mean, is that good for managed?
Yeah.
Is everybody good
for native? Yes.
Okay, if everybody's good with native, managed. Basically, technically, managed could also encompass dynamic, but I like talking about managed separate from that, because managed is generally going to be the intermediate step between native and dynamic. And in this case, Jason is writing, the process that C# goes through. Note that this process also applies for Java. Java uses a very similar process. Now, a managed language generally, or a managed language which will not output, the compiler will not actually output assembler that a particular CPU can understand. Instead, it will output some sort of intermediate language.
Hence what IL stands for. Or you may also see it as CIL in books and all, which refers to the common intermediate language.
Yep, and in Java, it's called Java bytecode. But the C# compiler will take C# source code files and turn it into an assembly that contains not actual instructions to compute against the CPU, or at least not directly. Instead, a generalized format that can be then mapped to many different architectures. Also, another component of managed languages is they generally will have a runtime. And when I say a language has, if I say a language has a runtime, obviously a language does not have a runtime. Just to be absolutely technical, a language is just a specification. But for sake of argument, let's just say C# has a runtime, and that runtime is called the CLR, which sits on your process, and it essentially is your process as it runs on your computer, which performs operations on the code, or on the IL, or on the application running as a whole during execution to do specific things, and those specific things we can get into. Again, just to recap, the managed languages, particularly C# and Java, will start off with just text files just like normal. They'll be put into their compiler. The compiler will spit out an assembly that contains not true native code, but intermediate code.
Right. So really it's gonna come down to something else that's going to be compiling the intermediate code at runtime for the specific architecture in which this code is being executed on, which is...
Well, not only the specific architecture, but even the specific platform.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is also very cool.
So if we were to scroll down a little bit, I did show this the other day, so I mean, I guess I could again. And to make Gavin happy, let me see if I can just draw some lines. Holy cow, look at that. That's just absolutely awesome. Segfault says, is BuzzNet dead? And he says that inside of BuzzNet, so I find that interesting. Okay, fine, be that way. I'm not going to worry about drawing pretty pictures because my hand can't keep steady, apparently. There we go.
No, Segfault, people are concentrating, you see.
Oh, I see, because it's all
rather than chatting and
quiet over there.
Wow.
Hush up. Be quiet.
Okay.
All right, so this is my machine. My machine. Okay, so inside my machine, I am running an operating system. So if this is going to fly me off to the side, that's fine. So on my machine, I'm going to be running my operating system. So I'll just say OS. So I'm running Windows 7. And when I click on a program and I load that program, like I said a few minutes ago, let's take a look at native. So if I run a native application, double click on it, the operating system knows how to go ahead and handle it. It's going to set up a process address space. Just to save time on writing, I'll just abbreviate. And what happens is the program, whatever it may be, notepad.exe, an image of it gets mapped into this space, and of course, any supporting DLLs and other files that might be utilized. Anyways, everything gets set up, execution begins. It's a little bit different when we double-click on an executable that is a managed executable, because as Nelson pointed out up here, it is referred to as an assembly, and inside the assembly, it has IL, intermediate instructions, and it has metadata, which is basically data that describes the data. There you go. Lots of fun with that. So when this process happens, what goes on is a little bit more interesting. So we're going to say that, again, so I just clicked on our little hello world program, right? And so another process address space gets set up. Again, we get our executable mapped over in here, but it's a little bit different this time around because in this image that gets mapped in, we've got our IL and our metadata in here. But we can't execute this natively on this this computer. The CPU would not understand what the IL is. We need the CLR, as I wrote here, the Common Language Runtime, to actually handle the intermediate language code and compile it to the specific machine. And as Nelson said, the operating system itself, it needs to be able to compile it at runtime. So what happens is inside the headers of a portable executable file. So inside of your exe, there are headers with various sets of instructions and data, and one of these is going to dictate what happens when the application is basically fired up. In this case, when you use a managed language compiler like C# and you build out your executable, there is a very simple jump instruction that is inserted inside the header that is going to point over to a specific Microsoft DLL that is going to basically load. I'll keep this as simple as I can. What it's going to do is it's going to load the CLR in. So now once we get the CLR, the Common Language Runtime, loaded up into our process space, then basically it steps in and it takes over. So it goes through and it sets up its execution thread and a thread pool if need be. It sets up special memory. One of the things we'll be looking at is the heap coming up here really soon. Not tonight though, but it gets all of that set up. And then basically what it does is it looks into our IL and it finds the entry point, and it does what's called jitting. So I'll just say JIT, which stands for just-in-time compiles. It basically takes, compiles that method, our main method. So it doesn't compile all of the methods that are available in this exe that got mapped in. It just does the starting method, and then it executes it. So once it's been compiled to the machine-specific language, and it can then run. And what happens is that main method, now that it has been compiled, it gets cached. The only reason I want to point that out right now, because I know some of you guys that are completely new to this stuff, your eyes might be glossing over a little bit, but it's cool to have this on video that you can go back and review a little bit later, because this might be something that comes to mind, which is if everything has to be compiled again now at runtime, isn't this going to be slow, like really slow compared to a native application? Well, now that main's been compiled, it gets cached. And then let's say we end up calling another method. That method ends up getting cached. And so the next time around, when we need to make another call to one of those methods, it's already been cached. So it doesn't need to be compiled again. So it can be just, boom, executed right then and there. So there's, a little bit of slowness on startup, but it's very minimal. We've done some experimenting on our end. Now, Saradak does bring up a very good point that I want to point out over in BuzzNet, and he said it's less secure against hackers, and that is absolutely correct. There is a concern when using managed languages, and when using managed languages, and putting those out there for other people to use, and that is that it's very easy to go back in there from IL and get your code more or less back out. Now, there is a process called obfuscation, and there are some really good obfuscators out there. And I also saw somebody say program address space, and that depends on what white paper you read. It's also referred to as process address space. But anyways, once you have obfuscated, which is really just changing around symbols and making it to where if you were to look at the code, it's really kind of jumbled up and very difficult to start sorting out what's going on. But by default, if you were to take BuzzNet right now, which was written in C#, and you were to take something like Reflector or ILSpy, you could jump right into it, and you can look at the code and see how Nelson is doing things. So the less secure thing is absolutely correct in that sense. Nelson, is there anything you want to add on top of that?
Well, it's, I mean, yes. Well, even managed languages can be.
No, you mean
decompiled.
even native languages, which is correct.
Even native languages can be decompiled. The big issue with managed languages, especially, is the type system, all the metadata that's stored with it. And first of all, the common type system and the metadata that's stored in individual assemblies is one of the absolute strongest points to use a language like C# in the first place. And it doesn't necessarily make things, I mean, it depends on what you define as hacking, I guess you could say. Like in an MMO where everything's controlled by the server, you're not going to be able to exploit any security holes necessarily. Sure, you'd be able to decompile things easier, but it's still not impossible to do with native code. And maybe you'd be able to even switch around some instructions and all that stuff. But ultimately, it's not as a big deal as people make it out to be. And the reason it exists is specifically for supporting the kinds of functionality that C# and .NET languages in general provide. So it's not like it's not like it's necessarily just a huge downside that Microsoft, they're just lazy or whatever. No, the reason why it's so easy to decompile managed code is directly proportional to how powerful individual assemblies are in general. So I just kind of wanted to point that out. It's not a terrible, horrible, ugly thing.
True, and even with, well, I say true, but it depends on the application. But in my opinion. But anyways, let's see. Hang on, I was just looking at questions and benefits for decompiled tons of legacy code. Blah. Otherwise, good point. Important. I think I fixed BuzzNet. Hey, Enrico, just a quick question, and how? Is Java similar in functionality and decompilation, Nelson?
Well, yeah, it's similar, yes. It is easy to decompile Java code. However, the Java type system is not nearly as rich and powerful and unbelievably awesome as .NET's, meaning that it's a little bit more difficult to get certain types of information out of a compiled Java assembly.
Okay. And Enrico has a... Does that say anything to Nelson? Nelson, over in BuzzNet chat window?
NX compact, no? No.
Compat, not compact.
Compat.
Nelson?
No, it doesn't.
Oh, okay. All right. I was waiting on you. Okay, so right now we've been talking about, well, actually, one more thing to talk about before I get too far away from the processes being loaded up and started, and that is, Nelson, if you needed to absolutely get away from this compiling that takes place at runtime, the jitting that happens, is there a way to? I'm acting like a student since no one asked the question.
Yes, there's NGen, but its usefulness is limited in my opinion.
So just in case anyone was wondering that, thinking that, because usually we get a lot of questions with people asking about speed, but I wanted to point out that you could go ahead and have everything pre-compiled if you wanted to. We're not going over NGen, but I did wanted to mention it in case anybody wanted to Google it if they wanted to play with it. Nelson, question over, if you want to field the question that just came in over on the questions log.
Yes,
Go ahead and read the question back to everyone.
Can you explain a bit on the directly proportional part? I mean, the ease of decompiling and the richness of the .NET type system. Well, yeah, if you think about it this way, C++ is a object-oriented programming language, but when you compile a C++ program into an executable, all of that object-orientedness gets stripped out. There's no concept of a class or of inheritance or of virtual functions or anything inside of a compiled C++ program, because all of those things are inventions of us as humans and have no meaning to a computer. Now, in C# or in old .NET languages, in order in particular to maintain compatibility between multiple .NET languages, the assemblies that you generate contain a bunch of metadata that describes in detail how each of the types of that assembly work and who inherits what members are virtual, and so on, including the ability to define types such as interfaces and enumerations and whatnot in the actual compiled assembly. So all of that stuff, like literally when you type in a class into a C# code file and compile it, that executable contains the information about that class. If you were to class in C++ and compile it, the executable contains no information about that class. So the richness of the type system, which allows for some awesome scenarios, especially as far as cross-language compatibility, is what makes it so easy to decompile, because then you can then take all of that, your entire program structure, all of your classes, all of your types, and decompile them straight out into almost literal C# code that represents what you've started with. Does that sort of explain it?
Well, yeah, I would hope so. I think that was good. Yep, there we go. That worked for him. Okay, so let me go ahead and do this, as Gavin just poked me over in the webinar and said, meanwhile, back at the 101 level, yeah, so there's a little bit of information that you guys might be interested in. I personally think this is pretty important as far as what is happening with what I've drawn up on the board here, keeping things really simple for the most part, and everything that I've talked about inside of it will become much more clear as we go through even the 6-week course. I'm going to be hitting on a lot of things that are going to be dealing with what I've drawn up there. But that does bring us up to something, Nelson, that let's go ahead and get out of the way before we start taking a look at C# syntax fundamentals, and that is .NET. So we've been talking about this common language runtime. And everybody that's joining us in the class, I mean, they've downloaded Visual Studio. They've probably gone through doing security updates and things like that, and they've seen .NET. I mean, you can't go to the bookstore and walk down the computer book aisle without seeing .NET. What's .NET, Nelson?
.NET is it's a framework, the .NET framework. It's a collection of a bunch of stuff.
There we go. That's better.
It contains the CLR, which in itself is a collection of a bunch of stuff. It contains the BCL, which is a collection of a bunch of stuff. It contains the compilers for the C# language, the VB language, and the F# language. And I guess those are the biggest components. You have your compiler, you have your runtime, and you have your base class library. And those are the three main components that are contained in the .NET framework. And so the CLR we already kind of talked about, where it's responsible for being the runtime of your application. It's responsible for jitting your IL. It's responsible for collecting unused memory. You have the BCL, or base class library, which is responsible for providing a standard way to perform a lot of different tasks that every language does need, but Microsoft has created and standardized a huge swath of functionality that is inherent in all .NET languages. And then finally, you have the compilers, which are responsible for taking source code written in a particular language and emitting assemblies that the CLR can understand.
Now, we did this in the last class, and I do like the making sure this gets put in for those that did not listen to that class, and that is, why does .NET even exist? And to understand why it exists, we kind of have to go back to the late 1990s. And this is just a real quick piece of history. When Windows programming had gotten to a state where it was in a bit of a mess. Wouldn't you agree, Nelson?
Yeah, pretty much. Just look at the 132 library.
Yeah, as Segfault just said right there,
Or MFC.
Yeah,
Oh,
MFC for the win. Well, back then,
or ATL.
you had programmers back then using the raw Win32 API. You had people using the Microsoft Foundation classes, or the MFC, as Segfault said in BuzzNet. And then you have Nelson's favorite, also the COM, the Component Object Model. You love that one, don't you, Nelson?
Well, see, the thing about COM is such a great, brilliant idea that they had. They're basically going to be like, yes, we will achieve cross-language compatibility. We will create these reusable components. We will create the ability to allow remoting, so one application can talk to another application on the same computer. It's going to be wonderful, and it really wasn't.
Yeah, it wasn't.
It was a complete nightmare, having to register components with your registry, just the amount of legwork that you had to do to create.
Non-elegant plumbing.
Just so much, and because it was all like native and stuff, they couldn't really do it in very many other ways, which, I mean, kind of leads up to .NET, why they created it after COM.
Yeah.
Or after COM failed so miserably.
I mean, well, real quick with the Win32 API, it wasn't object oriented. With Microsoft's Foundation classes, that was object oriented, but there were all sorts of inconsistencies, and there's all sorts of problems with that. And then COM, its own difficulties, and then finally ActiveX. Anyone? Very nice, Thomas. And then so along came this idea of, go ahead, Nelson, what were you going to say?
Well, I was going to say, in addition to the inconsistencies with MFC, you also have to realize the inconsistencies in native languages themselves, because native languages, in particular C and C++, don't provide a lot of the basic standard functionality. Mm-hmm. You have to end up creating your own abstractions over things like strings and arrays, and there's been attempts to standardize that, but that inconsistency coupled with the inconsistency of MFC itself made it a very difficult framework to work with for large or even small applications.
Absolutely. So yeah, Microsoft decided to fix all of this, and they came up with the idea of .NET. And with that, we get security, meaning that running managed code, you're not going to run an application that's going to do things that it shouldn't be allowed to do because it's managed. We get garbage collection, so we get memory management. Don't let that make you think for a second that you still can't cause memory leaks, but we do get memory management. So for those of you that are familiar with C and C++, where you're having to go in and allocate and deallocate memory and all, we don't have to worry about. The garbage collector takes care of that for us. Again, as Nelson had mentioned earlier, the base class libraries, we get thousands of classes that are available to us, and we've already seen one. If I was to jump back over into, let's see, virtual machine, there we go. We've been taking advantage of the BCL right here. We're making use of console, which is a static class that provides functionality that has already been written that knows how to do things like write information out to a console, read from the keyboard when a user begins typing stuff. So we don't have to worry about going about reinventing the wheel every time we start creating a new application. We have so much specific functionality already available to us, and so we just need to be aware of it. I mean, everything from networking to file I/O to, it seems like if you name it, it's there. What were you going to say, Nelson? Oh, okay. I got a weird echo on my end. It sounded like you were about to add something in. So anything you want to add to that as far as the BCL goes?
No, I mean, that's there's just a lot of stuff in the BCL, and most importantly, it's standardized.
Yeah,
that's my biggest thing. There's no printf and cout, There's console.writeline.
In fact, Gav asked, but Buzz, do we really have to write system.console every single time? And the answer is no. Let's make our program look just a little bit more. Oh, stay away from pinvoke. Let's not talk about that right now. Are you crazy? Let's go ahead and talk about using real quick. So see, console exists inside of system, and system is a namespace. And a namespace is just a collection of these classes and other namespaces. It's a collection of types. if you will. And we're going to be talking about types quite a bit as the class continues. Hang on, Chris just asked, so there's, see, so dumb question, there's no includes for the BCL. Well, take a look at this. See how to gain access to console, I use system. Well, because this is kind of...
Ooh.
Go ahead.
I think, yeah. Can I talk about that for
please.
a second for people who might be familiar with C and C++?
Okay.
C# does not in any way require forward declaration. C# does not have the concept of includes. The concept of an include in C++, if people aren't familiar with it, is that the include preprocessor directive will literally take the contents of another file and paste it into your code file. C# does not have that. So with C#, you can access anything in an assembly that is also defined in the same assembly or assemblies that have been referenced from anywhere, no matter where they're defined, or with the exception of accessibility modifiers.
Very good.
If you have permission to access a particular piece of code, you do not have to explicitly worry about where that piece of code is defined in relation to the code that you want to define it from. You don't have to do any forward declarations, no headers, no includes, no anything. So I just want to point that out.
Okay, so let's go ahead and add something new to our code. What I'm going to do up top is I'm going to use using, and again, we're going to use Intellisense to help us out here. So using, and I'm going to use system. So I'm going to type in using system. Using is lowercase u, and system, of course, is capitalized S. Again, it's a namespace. And so namespaces are just a collection of types. And that's exactly what console is. It's a specific type. So what I'm going to do now that we're using namespace in this file here is I can come in here and I can get rid of system. And we don't have a problem. So that allows us to type a little bit less, which is actually quite nice. So when you first come in and create a new console app, and you're using the template that's provided to you, you're going to get a whole bunch of usings already set up for you. I like, when teaching complete beginners, I like going in and deleting out everything and trying to make sense of why we have what we have in the program as simple as possible, and then start adding on to it. But if I come in here and I'm going to use a comment, and comment's something we'll be talking about more in a few minutes, but a comment is a way to put a piece of code in place that isn't code. It's just a way to leave comments. It's just stuff that's ignored by the compiler. So I could have typed anything I wanted in here because it's ignored because of these 2 forward slashes. But you'll notice that by commenting out using system, at this point, if I was to place my mouse cursor over console, you'll see I get the pop-up that says the name console does not exist in the current context. It doesn't know what console is. So rather, I have to go in here and explicitly say where it's at in the system namespace, which you guys saw that we were able to do by doing that, or the way we generally do it, well, the way we always do it is just by using system. And so if you go ahead and type in using system and get rid of the 3 systems that you had in place, things will look a little bit nicer. All right, so now that we've looked at compiling and running our applications and we got kind of an idea of what's really going on in the computer when we do it, the next thing I want to do is jump back over onto, oh wow, not on this guy, but let's jump back over onto the whiteboard. There we go. And from here, let me see if I can find, because I don't know where it managed to go. Hang on, because it's actually being a bit of a pain right now with the virtual machine. So F7, there you are. What I want to do is take a look at the anatomy, if you will, of our application that we've put together. So this is just going to be C# syntax fundamentals with a few things that I want to talk about. So what I'm going to do is write this out real quick, so bear with me. But this is a time, for those of you that are still wide awake, and I know all of you guys are, and you've got coffee in hand, grab something to take some notes with. You know, pretend you are in a real class. Take some notes now, because if I can write, you can write too. So what I'm going to do is put in just write basically what we had. So using system. And this will make a lot of sense when I go through and start talking about these syntax fundamentals, why I am doing this. And then I'm going to do class.
There was a question that came in about using statements real fast.
Okay. Well, I can continue write this out if you want to answer that.
All right. Can you have more than one using statement? Can you have a namespace and another namespace? Yes and yes. And then I have the .NET Framework on my machine and use Notepad++ to write code and then compile it. What do I miss other than Intellisense?
Like the debugger?
Sanity. Yeah, the debugger, the references dialog box, concept of solutions and projects, ease of use for different sets of configurations. Basically, if you're not using Visual Studio, you're literally missing.
I actually hadn't noticed you can compile out of that.
What's that, Gavin?
I hadn't noticed until that question came in that you can actually compile out of Notepad++.
Oh. Hmm.
And then,
I didn't know that.
so you guys continue talking to everybody. I'm almost done.
Another person asked in the IRC, one of the people who kind of got booted from the BuzzNet, if C# was an interpreted language like PHP, and the answer is no. No. Nope.
Yeah, big difference there. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at some of the C# syntax fundamentals. The very first thing is, and we've already talked about this earlier, is main. In every executable application, we've got to have an entry point. And it's just typical to have it as main. Can it be another method? Yes, it can be. There are ways to set that up, but generally it'll be main. And main can be set up to take information in case you want it to pass in any sort of arguments when you execute this application. For those of you that have seen flags that you may have used in the past when you run a program, and if you add a /r or a -x or whatever. So we can take information in, and we can also return information back out for when the program itself actually terminates. So main's pretty important. Then we've also seen that main is a method, and we'll come to methods in just a minute, and then we'll just review what that was again. Another thing, this is a language. We have keywords that we're going to be using. And that is an R right there, Gavin, so don't say anything. So keywords, names that, again, reserved names that are used by the C# language. And you've already seen several of them here. Things like using, class, static, void. Okay, so, int, string, if, public, private, protected. The list goes on and on. So these keywords are going to be words that you are not going to be using yourself for your custom names that you create, or what's called identifiers. And so all of these keywords have very specific functionality in the C# language for instructing the compiler to do specific things when, of course, the keywords are used properly for generating the IL code. Next thing I wanted to talk about real fast before we get into statements is comments. And this is always a very fun topic when we have Nelson nearby. What I want to do real fast is jump back over to the virtual machine. As you guys are going through and writing your applications, you may find yourself wanting to put in notes, such as main is the entry point. There are three different types of comments that we can use, and I'll mention all three, but we're going to be focusing on the two simple ones for now. A single line comment is 2 slashes, as we saw a few minutes ago when I commented out the using system line on line 1. But with this, basically, I can type whatever I want all the way to the end, And once I hit enter, that is the end of that line. So this is a single line. That's what it means. So we're down here. It's a whole new line. This is highlighted in green here in our IDE, letting us know that this is being completely ignored by the compiler. So this doesn't compile into anything. So
and by me.
And it's completely ignored by Nelson too, which we'll talk about that in a minute. So I could come in here and say main is the entry point for our application. And so we've made a single line comment. Now there are times when you may want to have multiple lines and you don't want to just do a whole bunch of the / marks. So a multi-line comment is very simple. It's just a / with an asterisk with a, let me back up here, asterisk with a closing mark. And they just, do you know, Nelson, if you can turn off the automatic creation of these guys in options? I've never looked for it before. That always bugged me, though.
Never bugs me. I never have to use them.
Touche. Seeing how you never use comments. But we can come in here, and anything that we put inside here, as you can see, is just comments. So it's multi-line comments. Just something to keep in mind. Let's talk about nesting for 1 second. And what I mean by that is if I was to nest inside of, say, right here with 2 more slashes, this is ignored. This guy right here has already told the compiler that everything on this line is ignored. So this is not a problem. But when using this multi-line comment like this is very important to understand that the / asterisk is going to start our comment, and it's going to continue ignoring every line until it comes to the closing, the asterisk and the / to close off the multi-line comment. Meaning that if you decide all of a sudden, for whatever reason, to come in here and say, ooh, I'm going to comment out some code or something that's in here with another / asterisk, and now you want to do an asterisk / to, in your mind, close off this little subsection. Well, you can't use nested multi-line comments like this, because think about it. We start here. We simply ignored everything until we come to the closing mark. So we ignore, and we're all happy ignoring, and then we come down here and we find the closing mark, which now takes us out of comment land, and now the compiler is looking at what you've typed. And at this point, the compiler sees this and goes, what? And we now have an error. So we cannot do this nesting. So I wanted to point that out real quick. And Nelson, what are you hammering away on?
Somebody, the comment discussion.
Okay, so loud keyboard, man, loud keyboard.
It's the best keyboard.
Yeah, best and loud. It's distracting. Okay, so we've seen single line, and we've seen the delimited for multi-line comments, and then there is another one, and that is for doing documentation, which is our 3 /. And this is basically, it's going to contain XML text that's meant to be used by some sort of tool that can go through your code, all of your different projects within a solution, and pick up on the different tags that you can use, and it looks at this code and it's able to generate documentation for your application. And this is something that you will find us using much more often. Now, with that, Nelson, if you want to take just a moment and explain why everybody hears you sigh when we start mentioning comments, and what your thoughts are on those and why, and then talk for just a second about documentation.
Okay, so just in general, though, I do want to point out that if you are wanting to remind yourself of things inside of code while you're learning, then that's fine. Like, I'm not against that whatsoever. But in general, just so that nobody gets confused that I'm saying, oh, if you forget things, then that's your fault. But eventually you'll remember those things. No, I'm not going to say that. If you really are completely new to this and need to remember things, then comments are a good tool for that. That being said, for production code, generally I will avoid trying to use comments as much as possible, just due to the simple fact that comments exist for the sole purpose of explaining code. in the instances where code doesn't explain itself, which in my, oh yes, I'll talk about documentation in a second, but actual, code that you write inside of method, there's so many awesome tools that especially the C# language gives you to make code clear and concise and compact, that using comments isn't necessarily a practice that, see, I guess bringing it up just in the context of a beginner course, you see a lot of people talking about commenting practices and a lot of companies that have these rigorous commenting practices and stuff like that. I just laugh at those. I think that encouraging people to spend a bunch of time to write comments instead of spending a bunch of time to write cleaner code is silly. There are times where I will use comments, especially when working with very weird behaviors of external systems, but that's a very, very rare instance. As far as documentation goes, documentation is completely separate. Documentation is a way to give meaning or additional information about a method or a class or any other type that you can't compact into the name or parameter list of that method. So instead of making a method called I do this and this and this and this and this and this and so on, you can actually write documentation for that method instead, which is much preferable. Now, the thing about documentation, though, is it generally will not explain the implementation details of the type or of the method. Instead, it'll explain what it does and how to use it and some caveats for actually using that method. So documentation is great if it's required. But I will generally stay away from comments, and if you ever hear me sighing, it's because of that.
And I do like what Roland said over there, and that is, in other words, if you're new, write lots of comments, LOL. I say yes, because you're following along tonight. Here I've gone on.
Well,
wait, let me 1 second. Gavin, and here I am rambling on for hours and hours, and you're following along, you're typing stuff, and if you're a true beginner to this, finally at the end of the night, your eyes are all glossy, and you save and close it all down, you come back the next day or a couple days later, and you open it back up, and if you have no comments, you might be thinking to yourself, what does all this junk do again? So leaving comments behind, not a bad idea at all, especially as a beginner.
For people.
Yeah, and Gavin, what were you going to add?
Well, yeah, no, I was just going to add, particularly in the planning stage, this could apply very well to the homework, which is comments are great. If you sit down going, right, I need to do this now, break it down into its component steps is the first part of planning an attack on how you're going to write your program. So writing codes, I've actually taken to writing comments to myself that are essentially method names. I don't know if Nelson wants to complain about any aspect of that at all.
Well, you mean sketching out the implementation of a method before you turn those comments into code?
Yeah, literally, I'll go down and in my main method I'll have, a comment that says / welcome user / setup vending machine / whatever. But I will actually write it out in the form of welcome user parentheses semicolon.
Or you might even
and then all I'm going to do is remove the / and it tells me to start writing a method, and then I can use resharp, and it all gets very quick.
I've done something very similar as well, basically pseudocode. And I see Thomas just said that over in the questions panel in the webinar. Absolutely. Pseudocode's another great thing for it.
Everybody writes code differently, and I don't have an issue with pseudocode, just as long as by the time it's turned into real code, it's clear enough to where the pseudocode's irrelevant.
And Jesse asks, says, whoa, you just collapsed code. Explain to students. Yes. You can see over here in the side of our editor that we have the ability to collapse parts. Later on, we're going to be looking at regions and some other things that we can collapse or expand, which is helpful when you start having a relatively large file with a lot of stuff in it. And it's really nice for things like the summaries or the documentation comments if you put those in to just kind of collapse them afterwards. Anyways, I saw that question come in, wanted to throw that out real quick. And does IBM Rational utilize this?
Getting close to an hour.
No.
Or maybe even past an hour.
Okay, yeah, we probably are. But Let's see, anything else in regards to comments? So basically we've looked at 3 types. If I go ahead and just jump back over, but not inside the virtual machine. Let's do it on the real machine.
Well, 2 types of comments, 1 type of documentation, mumble.
Yeah, I can point out Microsoft documentation for you that will talk about all 3 existing as comments, as they will categorize it at a high level. So
Microsoft doesn't know anything.
Of course not. So again, multi-line and the delimited, or excuse me, multi-line being the delimited, or the single line, or documentation. And with that, let's go ahead and take a break. And I'll hang out here with those of you that just want to hang out for a few minutes. And Nelson, go ahead and do what you've got to do. And anyone else who needs to grab coffee or whatever, I know we're pushing it, man. We're pushing hard, but come on, this is fun stuff. And we'll pick back up in just a few minutes. Okay, so our recording has resumed for those of you that will be watching this later. You've been spared from all of the chit-chat that takes place during our break. So in this last section that we were looking at as far as the syntax fundamentals go, we were talking about comments, and it's not a bad idea for you guys to use them right now, just to kind of stay up with what's going on. Again, for those of you that are complete beginners, and also Gavin nor Nelson or myself will knock you for putting comments in your code for a 101 class.
But
what? Why would you want to knock them for no? Come on, they're new to programming. Let's encourage it. Naming conventions. So let's go ahead and continue on.
Oh, we will knock.
Oh, we will without a doubt knock for this. So continuing on, next thing is going to be naming conventions. And
anyone who I know of that puts 2 comments in just to annoy me, segfault.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Will be recognized as such.
TF, you as well, sir. So just because as you guys are really getting into this, and you might go out to a bookstore and pick up a book or 2, and as you're reading through, of course, you're going to stumble on naming conventions. There's 2 different things that we can look at with naming conventions, and I'm just going to introduce you to the concept of both. The first one is dealing with just how you are handling your identifiers, your words, when you start making your variables or your types, how those things are named in respect to capitalization. So there's 3 different things that if you've never heard before, I'm sure you'll end up seeing in a book or something. We've got Pascal. Wow, my writing just gets more sexy as the night goes on. So you got Pascal case, and with Pascal casing, basically what you have is the first letter of each word is capitalized. So if I had a super cool type called my cool program, this is how we would actually write it. So a capital M, small y, so my cool would begin, again, now this is treated as one continuous string of characters, so one word, but each new character of a new word gets capitalized. So, and then the remaining letters in that word are lowercase. So my, cool, and then P for program. Okay, so that is Pascal casing. Now, where Pascal casing and the next casing, which is called Camel casing, and upper casing, which all of you guys better know, these things will be, as we get into types and type members and functionality in our code, we will be constantly reminding you of where you should be using Pascal casing and where you should be using Camel casing. So as I already mentioned it a couple of times, the next one is going to be, come on Photoshop, catch up, Camel casing. And can you guess what this is? Right, absolutely, good. And that is just like Pascal casing, except for the very first word is going to start with a lowercase. So you guys are awesome. Glad you guys threw that out there so quickly. So it would look like my cool, but the C, the second word, would then be capitalized. And finally, so would the third.
No, it should be a field, not a program.
Yeah.
finally. Yes, I know, but I'm just showing the difference between the two.
Well, no, it shouldn't be a field. It should be a local variable. Sorry.
Yes. So the last one is going to be a uppercase, and again, you should know what this is. So uppercase. All right.
Shouting.
Yeah. So pi. There you go. Outstanding. For those of you, oh, look at that. I just looked over to the right and saw Hungarian. Oh, TF, that's just you. Yeah, so for those of you that are into Hungarian notation, yeah, we don't use that. For those of you that are wondering what Hungarian notation is, basically it's any variety of standards that basically organize your variables with a type of schema for naming your variables. Such just as an example, like if I had a string, I might take all of my strings and by the way, let me just put, I'm not going to type it all out or write it all out, Hungarian notation. So I would put, let's say, str, first name. Or, because we'll be playing with first name here shortly. Or let's say I've got age, which is going to be like an integer value. So I could say age. And so that's Hungarian notation. And then as you're looking through code, of course, looking at these variable types, you would, with following a schema like this, you would immediately know, oh, first name's obviously a string. Why? Because it flipping tells you right there. But again, we're going to be using Pascal casing, Camel casing, and uppercasing as we go forward. The other thing, when dealing with naming conventions, actually, no. Let's just leave it at that. Because like I said, when we get into members and all of that, we will begin focusing on where you should use which. As a matter of fact, tonight when we get into local variables inside of main, we'll begin focused there with camel casing. So let's go ahead and move on to something that's very closely related in a sense, white space. How important is white space, Nelson?
Very.
And we'll just say white space / formatting.
Yes.
Loose
Here's actually an interesting thing that I see with some beginners. Unfortunately, Visual Studio is actually going to force you to do proper formatting. That's very fortunate. But I've seen in cases where people are using IDEs that don't force formatting because everything sort of looks like Greek anyway. They don't necessarily see the importance of having a standard formatting system in place or standard white spaces.
Look at this sexy formatting. See where we start with class program? Oh, come on, Nelson, you know it's sexy, right? I've got an extra carriage return here to kind of push my usings away from my my class declaration down here. And then we've got our braces starting around on the next line, keeping it nice and easy and clean. And then everything inside of here, so follow my mouse, everything is indented over a tab space. And then with our members, so here we are with the main method, which is a member of program. Look at him. He's got braces, as we talked about earlier, defining our block of code that belongs to him. But that block of code is indented. Oh, how sexy. So nice. Could you imagine how horrible it would be if it looked like this? That is no longer sexy. The funny thing is, like what Nelson was just saying, which is so true, for those of you that are truly new to this right now, and you've been following along, you're probably thinking to yourself, that looks just as much like Greek as what you had just a second ago. But looking at this quickly, let's say I was looking at this statement right here, and I wanted to see who the statement belonged to and what block of code was he. We're still only dealing with like 16 lines of code. So it's not that big of a deal, but it does get more difficult that I have to go up here to find the opening brace and then follow that up and I see main. Or if I wanted to see everything that's in program, again, all of these braces can quickly start confusing things. I mean, we got two of them that are just laying side by side right there in the same column in the editor. Ow, my ear. That's okay. But if I come in here and let's undo that. And for those of you, by the way, that want to those that are asking what just happened, I think Gavin exploded. But if you want to try that yourself, just highlight all of your code. So Control A and hit Shift Tab, and then Shift Tab again. And that's going to pull everything back. So it's all over there and just nasty looking. That's right. Everybody say it out loud. Nasty. Had a bet with Zach that I could make you guys all say nasty, so I win. So Nelson, your turn. So talk a little bit about white space.
Well, I mean, we've already seen an example of white space, at least vertically.
Vertically?
Vertically. Well, we've seen a vertical white space, horizontal white space, and what I mean by vertical white space is that you see those. Well, you don't see them, but there's that indentation that's provided by either a tab or a space. So horizontal white space, what you'll want to do in certain instances is, like, for example, between lines 1 and 3, there's an empty line. And that's also incredibly important because breaking apart sections of code with an empty line will allow your mind to easily associate different parts of the program with what they're supposed to be doing. Even within methods, very often I will write maybe 2 or 3 line method groups. Yes, I would do something like what Jason just did, simply because the write lines in my mind are associated, the read line isn't. And by doing that, it makes the code a lot more straightforward and a lot easier to read than if it wasn't like that. When code's all squished together, when there's just a lot of noise, even if you're using the proper vertical white space, you're still going to get confused because the code will be squished together. So horizontal white space is very important as well.
So please use formatting. Back when I used to teach Mel and Python with Maya back at the Renaissance Center and MaxScript as well, when students did not use formatting in their code when they turned in their homework was immediately rejected. And I got to a point where if your code, as we progressed through those classes, if your code was rejected because of no formatting at all, not a formatting mistake, but no formatting, it was something that could not be resubmitted. Basically, I started to get pretty harsh on students because sometimes there are students out there that are just really hard-headed about putting about putting formatting in place and making use of white space. Please do so. As you get comfortable doing it, it'll just become easier and easier. It'll become second nature. And it's critical to making your code just a pleasure to read. Okay?
And as we go down the line, that will start happening with the more complicated homeworks, because it's one of those things where, as a beginner, you just have to trust us that it is important that you format correctly.
Absolutely.
And you will rapidly reach a point where you start to expect it yourself. But, in trying to go through, it might actually drive the point home if Nelson opened up one of his code files for something that's got 200 lines in it and showed it badly formatted.
We might could look at that in a few minutes.
You just can't tell what belongs to what. It's an absolute nightmare to read, and who has the time?
And that's very true. So white space formatting, and basically, what is white space? White space are characters that you use that you just don't see on your in your editor, like space or new line or tab. So make use of that stuff. It's very important.
Yeah. Enrico actually pointed out something really important. You read your code 90% of the time, and you write it 10% of the time.
Yeah.
And that's very true.
That's very good, Enrico. And yes, it is all about readability. So true. So, go ahead, Nelson.
With people working on different monitor sizes, is there a standard on how long a line should be before you drop down to a second line? Personal preference.
Great question, but
I would say personal. So. Yeah, it is a great question, but I don't have any standards myself. If it looks ugly, I break it. Either I break the line apart into multiple lines, or I have a sort of standard way of breaking a single line into multiple lines without changing the expression.
And then there's fighting with the IDE about when it wants to change your line length.
Yeah. That's fun.
So next thing to mention is going to be methods. Methods are members of classes, as we've already seen in our little programming example right here. We've got this this class program, and inside class program, we have this main method. So again, this is a method, but in this particular case, this is the declaration of a method. So we're actually declaring the main method here. And then once you've declared a method, you can turn around and use methods. Now, as you guys already know, you guys have all mastered this. Main method is special. This is our entry point into our application for when we run it. But we will begin next week creating our own methods that we can call on to do a very specific task for us. And we can already see where we're making use of methods that have already been created by Microsoft, and we're calling them. And that is with this line right here and this line right here. And again, we're tipped off for our beginners. We're tipped off right away by the fact that we've got these parentheses following right after what would be the method name. And then if there's anything that's inside the method, when we start talking about parameters and arguments, this is just information that we're sending into the method. And you know, some methods don't take information in, such as readline right here. We're not sending anything into it. And then other methods may take information in, such as writeline. And sometimes you'll run into methods that go both ways. They may not take information, or you could pass them information. And we will be looking at that kind of stuff as we progress forward. So I just see Dave just asked a question, which is, wait, is console a method or is writeline a method? Writeline is the method. Console is the type or the class. And we're just about to talk about types next. And types, that's the very heart of programming in C#. It's all about types. And we're using a type right now. We've declared a type called program. It is of type class, not to use type back to back like that. But so console is a type, and the type is class. And inside of that class, it has members, members being different methods that do different things. And right here, we can see two different methods that are in console, writeline and readline. And again, like I said a minute ago, in regards to methods, they do very specific things. Writeline's job is to take in information and write it out to the console, where readline is to sit there and read everything that the user is typing in up to the point that they hit a new line, so that you can then, if you want to, have access to everything that was entered.
I'm sure Nelson will correct me if I'm wrong in saying this, but if it's a method, it's going to have parentheses.
Yes, it will.
Yeah. What was that? Sorry, somebody just walked into my door the second you said what you said. I only heard the thing about Nelson disagreeing with you.
I was just saying, you can tell. I mean, you can tell that console's not a method because it doesn't have parentheses after it. Yeah. You can, a method is always going to have parentheses. And
Segfault did point out something really good as well, and that is, you can't have methods outside of a class. They're going to be members that are going to belong to some sort of class. Now, we're not going to turn this into a large method discussion right now. We will be getting into that in our future classes, but I did want to go ahead and answer Ryan's question over in the questions panel, and that is there a difference between main, start, or awake? Haha, some Unity questions, like for programming for Unity. Those are specific. Start and awake and update, things like that, very specific for Unity and utilized by Unity at runtime for different things, such as start always being called the very first iteration right before update on that mono behavior is hit. It's different when you're working in Unity and you're writing C# code. We don't have a main there. Basically, what we're doing is we are attaching mono behaviors or extended mono behaviors to our game objects. But those are, I basically wanted to wrap that up with saying that start and awake, those are methods that you're using over inside of Unity. So I could write program.main. Ooh, Again, Dave, main has a very specific purpose. You would never want to do that. Though you will see that, yes, as we define classes and then you have a method on those classes, that's how you would go about actually calling them. But again, main is an entry point for it'd be like trying to run an application within an application. And then Ryan just said, okay, so they are directed for mono behavior. Yeah, they're extended things from mono behavior that Unity knows about how to call on those game objects. Okay, so, oh, come on. Is it 101, 200-ish? No, we're still 101. Be quiet, Gavin. They're methods. And for those of you, and there's a lot of you out there that have probably played with Unity, and if you haven't,
that wasn't me.
Oh, I thought I saw Fat Gav saying this is 101, remember? You have somebody else. I saw you too, Darth Greg. But anyways, I just wanted to point out for those of you that have played a little bit with Unity that those are indeed methods that you are using when you are extending mono behaviors and writing your own code. So the next thing, as we're getting close to wrapping up our syntax stuff, and this is so important, types. In fact, this is so important for those of you that are following me and taking notes here. A type is a template. There are all sorts of different types available for us, and then there are custom types that we can create, loads and loads of them. And we're going to be doing that throughout this entire class and your entire career as a programmer working with C#. As a matter of fact, in learning C#, that's a program. It's all about creating and using types. That's it. I used to love telling people in Maya that Maya, if you was to boil it down into a single sentence, was just a system made up of nodes with attributes that were connected. If you wanted to take C# and boil it down to a simple sentence, kind of very high level, you could say that a C# program is nothing but a lot of defined types, and you could just leave it at that. Or you could go a bit further and say in those types they use other types. So types are very important. You have already seen some types in our program right here. We're defining our own custom type program, but it is a specific kind of type, or type of type. I love that one. It is a class. We're going to be talking about, well, it all depends on where we go in 101, so probably not delegates and things like that, but you've got delegates, enumerations, interfaces, even simple stuff like strings and integers and floats, doubles, etc. All types. So it's all about types. And then in our types, you see here, we're now using our types. So we're using other types that have been created. So I just wanted to point that out real quick. But types, it's all about types. The final thing is namespaces, and this again is going to wrap up the whole C# syntax fundamentals section. So namespaces. We've talked about it already. We have seen that system is a namespace. Namespaces allow us to logically group together related sets of type declarations. This is a type declaration right here of type class called a program. Inside of system, we have console, and we have a bunch of other things as well. So one of the ways that Nelson loves to explain namespaces is that namespaces are kind of like a filing cabinet. And then your type declarations, or let's just say your types, exist inside the filing cabinet as like files. So we could say, here's system. Again, this is the system namespace. And inside the system namespace, we have all these types that are available for us to make use of. So sitting right there, yes, indeed, right there is console. Bet you can't find any documentation on the web that says that's where console is. So we have these other, and we have, that's a bowling ball. So we have these other types. So there's a bunch of them. But also, you can find namespaces inside of the namespace. For example, inside system, another namespace that you would see is collections. So collections. Yes, Chris, this recording will be encoded and available by tomorrow. I promise. So inside of collections, which is now a namespace inside of the system namespace, he has types that are available. And even he has, inside him as an example, another namespace. And one example inside of collections, we have generics. So when using these nested type of namespaces, you've seen how we did using system. We could have also said, let's say we wanted to use the generics namespace. We could say using system dot collections dot generics. Yeah, it's running into my methods. Good enough. Oh, Terminator. What a problem going on here. There we go. So, yeah, simple enough. That allows us then to make use of these types. So, again, just look at namespaces as being a very simple way of putting all of your, I like what A. Enrico says. It's just a hierarchy. It's like, a hierarchy of libraries. That's very nice, very nice. That contain functionality to use. Yeah, I like that too. So the answer is yep. I agree with that assessment, sir. And you're generally going to have all of your code inside of namespaces as well, except for those of you, Ryan, that are working over in Unity. When you are extending mono behaviors, you cannot use namespaces. Though as you have your types that are of mono behavior that begin accessing other things that you create, other types that you create that are not inheriting from mono behavior, then you can start having namespaces and all. So it's not like namespaces are going to go bye, 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 bye. It's just in mono behaviors, you can't have namespaces. So I thought I'd just throw that out for those of you that are using this content to better your skills as a coder inside of Unity. So, and as Segfault said, you could also define your own hierarchy. So if I was to jump back over into our virtual machine here, taking a look at our program right here, this is what are we? Console application number 1. The default template that fired up when we said create a new console application, if you guys recall, actually had a namespace in place, and this is where we're creating our own namespace. Console application 1. And so with console application 1 has an open and a closing block and a pipe symbol that I decided to throw in just for the fun of it. So if I bring my code size down just a little bit, you'll notice again, following with good formatting, that I have my class declaration is now indented. So everything has been indented over, and it was done for me automatically by Visual Studio. And this is kind of, you can kind of look at this as the root for our namespace for our application. And as we begin learning how to create new classes in the future and other types that need to be in their own CS files, we will begin creating folders over here. And inside those folders, which will be up under the root, console application 1, we'll end up with namespaces that will read like namespace console 1 dot, and let's say we had a folder called abstract. So it'd be like namespace console 1 dot abstract. And I'll point that out when we get into scenarios where we're working with that. But again, just keep in mind, we're just creating a hierarchy of types that we can make use of. Nelson, is there anything you'd like to add into this?
No, I mean, namespaces are pretty straightforward just as an organizational tool. I mean, I do want to point out, though, that every project within Visual Studio is going to have what's called a default namespace, and that's under the project settings. And in this case, it's going to be console application 1, just like you typed. But that wasn't required that you type console application 1.
All right. And now I have to throw this out there real quick because I'm actually flabbergasted. I'm just looking at the time, how long that we've been recording, and I cannot believe that I would say 98 to 99% of all of you have managed to stay this entire time. I'm floored, and I'm very impressed. I'm proud of you guys, because I know for some of you, the sun has already, come up hours ago. But that's amazing. You guys are actually doing better than the day class did. And here I was thinking that the night class should have been cut. What's wrong with me? Impressive. Okay, so that's all I wanted to talk about right now in regards to... Yeah, go ahead.
No, Enrico did say in the chat, is program.main a namespace?
Is program.main?
No.
Program is a type. And
well, it could be a namespace if you wanted it to be.
Program.main is a method.
Yeah.
In this case, it is, but there's nothing restricting you from having a program.name namespace. Or maybe I'm misunderstanding what he's saying.
Yeah. So, but in this case, program is a type, is a class, and main is a member of that class. He's a method. So there you go. All right. Now, for those of you that are looking at the syllabus and you see that the next section, after we took a look at the C#, the basic C# syntax fundamentals, which were these things here, the next thing that we were doing was the intro to .NET. But we've already done that. Talked about why have .NET. We talked about the .NET framework, really consisting of just 3 key things, if you wanted to summarize it, being the our virtual execution environment, or a virtual machine, if you want to call it that. Also the which is our CLR. Also our base class libraries, our BCL. So when you guys hear BCL in the future, you guys are all awesome now. You'll know exactly what that is. And we've made use of it in our simple program. And then also the compiler, a specific compiler, in this case the C# compiler, which is a managed language compiler for emitting out IL for our runtime to use. So that was what I had intended for the intro to .NET. The next is reading and writing to the console. We've taken a look at both write line and read line, and we've kind of beat them to death that sounds horrible, as far as what they do for us. Though we're going to continue using them quite a bit. This does bring us down to introduction to variables. So do you guys want Nelson to talk for a while? Nelson doesn't whiteboard stuff, or do you guys want me to keep talking and do some little sexy whiteboarding for you for variables? It can definitely be useful for those that are new to programming, and or I could let Nelson talk for a while if you are starting to get tired of hearing my voice. I'll let you guys vote for it. You're not going to hurt my feelings.
Oh, they're hurting my feelings, though.
Speech, Nelson, speech.
Here we go. Now, 1 against.
Nelson can zip through it, and then Buzz can fill in the gaps.
I like it. I like it. So let's go ahead and do this. I'll switch over to Nelson, and I'll let Nelson talk for a minute about variables, and local variables are what we're looking at, and then I'll come back and give some whiteboarding for it. So make presenter. Pow.
All right. Well, actually, some people just came here. It's been about an hour.
No, it has not.
And
it has not been an hour yet.
Hasn't?
Nope.
Oh, well, then maybe my time is just off.
Your time's just off.
I do have to go close my door, though, so nobody walks in. Be right back.
Close your door, you pony lover. That wasn't a bad remark. That was a true statement. Just saying, for the record. All right.
Okay.
I can rest my voice.
So variables. All right. Let's start. I'm going to go ahead and start off with what Jason had typed. So we have a program, and I guess I can go ahead and throw up a using system. It's so sad to type without ReSharper.
Do you want to do the ready check and have people follow? Your call.
Yeah, I kind of do. I kind of want people to have this typed out.
I want them to touch it, to feel it. Wait, that looks
Yes.
kind of familiar.
Feel the variable.
If they just take one of the lines out. You could have just
Well,
deleted one line, Nelson, but I mean, okay.
well, I
He
mean, no,
always
I didn't have
types
this
it, it's
code.
quicker. He can't find the delete key on his keyboard.
Oh, I got you. That does make sense.
I know where the delete key is. The F9 key, though.
All right, again, for those of you, we've re-triggered the ready check. So if you've deleted it all because Nelson jumped the gun and you didn't realize that all he was going to do was take one line out, as soon as you're done retyping it all, please make sure that you hit you're ready to rock and roll.
Well, it's good to type out that sort of stuff. Good practice.
Yeah. I've had the two girls over here write out several programs so far. Extra homework. Good times.
Oh, yeah, I probably should go ahead and turn on my line numbers. Go ahead and do that. Okay. Alrighty, so...
If just a way to verify that you are, that if you're following along, click the, if you're following along but you're not done, go ahead and click the need one more minute button. Just so I know that those of you that are still not ready are not AFK or have fallen asleep or have died from caffeine intake. Saradak, I agree, but they're going to forget to hit the AFK button. We kind of do. Just all you got to do is just click the participating thing again. And Roland, yeah, we have talked about actually basically having a timer, kind of like an auto AFK, if you will.
All right, so I'm going to assume that the final people are just AFK
Okay.
at the moment. Okay, so what is a variable? A variable is a way to store information. Or I'm going to back up. A variable is a way to assign a name to a location where you can store data. For example, see here, okay, hold on. Let me go ahead and save this so I can hit Control-Shift-S on this without that coming up again. Start off with a simple variable. Let's say int age equals 20. This is a variable. Basically, what we've done here is we've established that within this block of code, remember how we've talked about blocks, but specifically this is a method block, and in this block of code, we have associated the name age with a place that we can store memory or store data, and we've assigned it to a value. Now, the anatomy of a variable is always going to be very similar. It's going to start with a data type, followed by an identifier, and then optionally followed by an initializer. For example, both of these are legal variable definitions. The difference between this one and this one is this one starts off with a value already assigned to it. So basically, again, just to reiterate, we have created a place that we can put data into, and we have given it a name. The next thing that's important to realize is what kind of data can we actually put into it. And Segfall just asked a good question. What is the value of age 2 if you don't give it one? The answer is it's going to be the default value of that particular type, which is going to be 0.
Yeah, so it's not going to be garbage for those of you that are coming from C and C++. It does have an initial or default value.
Yep, all types like this do, value types. Yeah, it'll be null if it's a reference type. So what we have here, again though, I just want to back up for a second. What we have here is the anatomy of a variable definition is age 2 in this case, with this one being a little bit expanded on. But what we have here is a type followed by an identifier. And this type is going to be any valid type that we can create a variable of, which is a majority of the types in the existence of .NET. There are a few exceptions, but that's kind of irrelevant at this point. So the int type is a built-in type that you actually, it's not a built-in type. It's a type provided by the BCL. It's not built into the C# language specifically. What int does, int is a keyword that is simply an alias for system.int32. these two lines are absolutely equivalent. So remember, int is a keyword that is an alias for this. And we've already talked about namespaces and brushed up on types. So this is the namespace that it's in system, and this is the type that it is in 32. Because I have this using statement up here, I can omit the system if I wished. Normally, you will not type out code like this, but I just wanted to say that int is a C# keyword that will always expand into int 32. So as far as how we use variables, they're really straightforward. Or even backing it back into types. So the type of a variable determines what values that variable can contain. So that's a very important thing to understand about how types work.
Say that one more time. The type says what?
A type defines what kind of data that variable can contain. So for example, in this case, we have an int. An int, or system.int32, is an integer which can contain any value, any whole number within a particular range, a very large range, that is either negative or positive. So we can have 20 in it, we can have that number in it, we can have, sorry, I was going to do negative, that number in it. We cannot have that number in it. As you see, we get a nice little squiggly. So just remember, the type of the variable will determine what kind of information that the variable can contain. An int can contain whole numbers and negative numbers, and there are a variety of other types that can contain different types of information. For example, one of the things that you can't assign an integer to is a literal string. Remember how we saw down here this hello world? That's what's called a literal string. It actually is, think of it like it's what would you call a value? It's not a variable, but it has a type. It is a value with a type, and the type that it is called a string.
Data of a specific type, in this case a string.
Yes. And in this case, we cannot assign a string literal or any, even if it was a string variable, we cannot assign that to an integer variable, simply because an integer is not capable of understanding this data. What we could do instead is say something like string age 5, and now we can store this data in here. So I'll get next up, immediately after this, I'm going to show how data in a variable changes over time, how we can assign data to variables, and how we can take it out. But so far, is everybody comfortable with the concept that a variable is a type and a name, optionally an initializer, which will make more sense in a moment, and that type of the variable determines what kind of data can be stored into that variable? Is that all? If there's anybody who has any questions about that, I can answer them now because I'm about to move on.
Slightly to one side, but what's the biggest int?
The biggest int is going to be int32.maxValue.
But what is it?
Oh, I don't have ReSharper installed. I could tell you if I had ReSharper installed. It's like 2 billion, isn't it? Or more than 2 trillion or something. It's 2 something. Hold on. There you go. The biggest value we can stuff into an integer is that. Okay, so what happens when overflowing in the int? Good question. You will get an exception if you are not in a checked, or sorry, an unchecked block.
Over on the console.
Is age5 considered a literal string or just text wrapped in a double quote? Any text wrapped in a double quote is a literal string. Whoops. Any text wrapped in a double quote is considered a literal string. And whenever I say the word literal string, it's basically a special case that the C# compiler understands and converts this into, well, I could go into the details about what it does, but this is a very special case where the C# compiler understands that whenever it sees double quotes, to turn this value into an object that, or into a variable that represents that has the type of string and contains the string data that's contained in the literal. Okay. So, yeah. So you guys didn't have to, I was just showing that for demonstration purposes, but let's go ahead and start it off with this. So let's say age, int age equals 10, console.writeLine age equals 20, console writeLine age. I'd probably break it down like that. Okay, so this is pretty simple for people who have experience in other languages. So if you want to skip that, then that's fine. But people who have not used C# previously, I would recommend to type that out.
And again, remember what we discussed earlier. Execution is just simply, it's going to start at the beginning in main and just one line after the other.
Did you redo the ready thing again?
Yeah, he did.
I did.
There's just a few people left.
So I'm waiting on a few people to type that out. Yes, you have to click the ready flag twice. Talk to Microsoft about how Windows focusing works, and then you'll understand.
Come on, Dunn. Come on, man. Hang in there. You can do it. You can do it, man.
I'm actually with him at the moment.
Kevin, stand up and dance around.
Yeah. Did you just call me
No,
Kevin?
Gavin. Your ears are spacing out too. So yeah, Ryan asks over in the questions panel. So now it should print the two numbers, correct? Yeah, it should print out 10, it should print out 20, and it's going to print out hello world. Okay, just a couple more of you. So again, remember, if you are participating, as a matter of fact, if you're participating and following along and you need another minute or two just to make sure that we don't have anyone else that's spaced out, because I know it's late, just click the 1 more minute icon for me. Otherwise, I can assume you guys are, oh, there we go, or the ready works as well. Okay, sweet. All right, Nelson?
Alrighty, so if we go ahead and run this program, about 100. If we go ahead and run this program, what's going to happen is execution is going to flow linearly down the page, essentially, like Jason has been saying. So we'll start with line 7. Line 7 actually isn't a piece of executable code, so it won't stack frames. Okay, let's start with line 9. We'll start with line 9. It will assign the variable age to the value of 10. So this will assign the name. We've named a piece of memory. We now kind of think about it like we've given a piece of memory inside of our system a name that we can refer back to. And we've taken the value of 10 and we've stuffed it into that memory. So that now that memory contains 10. We will then write it out to the console. This will work just like it worked with the literal strings. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to assign age to 20. So again, we were taking the value of 20 and we are stuffing it into memory at wherever age points to, because age is really just a reserved place in memory for us to stuff values into. Then we'll print it out again, and then we'll go on to hello world and console read key. So relatively straightforward. We start with 10, then to 20, and then we get to hello world.
But the important thing to note here is that what happened with age. When age was first declared on line 7, it had a default value of 0. Then on line 9, using what's called an assignment operator, that equals symbol, Nelson assigned 10 to it, so he put 10 in its memory. On line 12, we overwrote what was in age with 20.
So yeah.
So very straightforward. All right, Nelly. So do some strings real quick, or have a throw another int in and show how you can add two ints together and replace, or there's all sorts of things you can show.
Okay, so our basic arithmetic. I guess we can sort of talk about expressions here to a degree. So I can go ahead and say, let's go ahead and say something like int age in 10 years equals age plus 10. So now what we've essentially done is we've created another local variable called age in 10 years. We've defined it or declared it here. It is a variable that is of type int, and again, it's another location in memory that we now have named. And we're assigning it to what's called an expression. And the expression here is going to be age plus 10. The plus operator works just like the mathematical plus operator, but of course it's going to allow us to not only put in literal constants, such as 10, but it'll also allow us to refer back to other variables that we've named. So yeah, I mean, I assume that at this point most of you should be able to guess what should be printed out here. We get the result of that. And there's a bunch of different types of operators that we can use. We have all the standard mathematical operators. We have a few extra ones. And then we have operators that we would use in particular when working with particular types, such as the binary and the binary or, and so on. But yeah, so that's an example of an expression and an example of a variable being assigned to an expression in its initialization. I mean, is everyone good on expressions for now? I do want to point out something interesting, though, about expressions, is that we could have instead just done this. See, the arguments that we pass into a method can actually contain expressions. In fact, anywhere where a value is expected, an expression can be. And that'll become very important once we start talking about if statements. But I just want to point out that console.writeLine does not need to take in a single, well, it does need, well, it doesn't.
Be careful.
Console.writeLine does not need to take in a single value as either the, well, someone's knocking on the door, as either a variable or a literal data type, such as a literal string or a literal integer, but it can also take in the result of any expression that you might want to pass it in.
Okay, and with that right there, let's go ahead and we'll make this one quick. Let's go ahead and do a 5-minute break, so Nelson, take advantage of that, and then we'll get started again, and we'll move on to strings.
Somebody's pounding on my door. I'll be right back.
Boom, and we're back. Okay, Nelson, so at this point, let's go ahead and take a look at the string data type and talk a little bit about not just string, but concatenation as well.
Alrighty. Well, a string is, not surprisingly, a data type that is string. And again, just like with all of the keywords in C# that correspond to data types, string is no exception. The string data type is synonymous with system.string. So again, this is provided by the BCL. It's just something that the C# compiler gives us a nice shortcut to. So a string is another data type that we can make variables out of. And what it represents, or what it's going to hold, are, well, strings. And a string is literally defined as a string of characters, individual characters that make up a string of text. So whenever you're working with text, you're going to be working with strings. So we can assign a string to a string literal, not surprisingly. And what happens now is that the memory, well, I'm just going to keep it really simple. What I'm about to say isn't technically correct, but we can go over that later. For all intents and purposes, we've set aside some memory, and we're going to stuff this value into that
Yes,
memory.
we are recording again.
It's not exactly.
Don't worry, I did not forget to hit record. Sorry, I was just answering that question real quick so nobody panicked.
That is not exactly what happens. If you are familiar with C++, you will know that. But for the sake of this discussion, just imagine that this value is now being stored in the memory location set aside by the runtime when we declared our variable.
Keep it simple.
So what can we do with strings? Well, we can do this. Which isn't that exciting, but we can do it. So what happens? We get hello world. We can reassign strings to anything we want. So as you see, goodbye world and hello world both display. So that's one of the things that we can do with strings. We can take them, we can assign them to string literals, and then we can write them out. But there's some other really interesting things that we can do with string. And maybe this will make sense to people. If this doesn't make sense to people, that's fine. But I just want to point something out about this method, the console.readline method. You'll see all the way here, when you show the Intellisense help for this particular method, you'll see all the way at the left, there's this string, which looks vaguely familiar if you look up on line 7 and so on. What this means is that we can use an invocation to this method as an expression to assign it to a variable. And if that sounds confusing, all I'm saying right now is that we can write code such as like that. Very exciting.
Now let's go ahead and turn around and do another write line that says you wrote.
Or even hello.
Ugh.
Well, you know where I'm going with
do.
this, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, so in this case, I'm going to go ahead and run this. I'm just going to say, my name is Nelson Lacay. And says, hello, Nelson Lacay, exclamation point. Does anybody have any issues with this code? Do you need me to explain line 10 anymore? If you do, please say so.
Remember, up to this point when we've been using the readline method on console, it's sitting there, readline itself is just sitting there waiting for you to hit a carriage return. It's waiting for you to hit the enter key. And everything that you typed on that line, because you can, as you saw Nelson do, he started typing, everything that you typed on that line, if you have an assignment operator, so basically the way Nelson's got line 10 set up, if you're going to take whatever readline returns and assign it to something, then that's exactly what's going to happen. We're going to store whatever the user typed in when we were sitting there at readline, and when they hit enter, that information will get stored into the variable over on the left. So when he typed in Nelson Lacay and hit enter, first name then contained Nelson Lacay.
So I just want to point out kind of what Jason said, but in the context of kind of what I was saying earlier, both of these are going to result into values. And because they turn into values, we can use them to assign variables to. In this case, this is a literal value. In this case, this is a value that is given to us by another method that we have delegated the responsibility of returning a data for us. So that's how we can achieve input and output by, instead of typing in literal strings, because obviously your name might change, or well, your name probably won't change, but multiple people might be using this program. hard coding something like a name isn't hardly appropriate. So this is an instance where we can, instead of using a literal value, we can use the result of another expression, in this case, invoking console.readline. Somebody asked earlier if this was equivalent to this, and the answer is no. This line is not valid simply because the signature of this method does not allow us to pass in any parameters. The console.writeLine is an example of a method that does allow us to pass in arguments as parameters. Readline is not. That's why line 11 is invalid. Okay,
So any questions? If there is, now's a good time to ask.
Yep.
Okay, so wait, we do have a question.
See, how do you add it all in one line? I'm going to show that in a quick second here. But if everybody's good with what I have already, assigning the return result of a method invocation into a variable, which is one of the most important things that you can do.
Nelson, I'm a complete beginner. What does that fancy word invocation mean?
Invocation simply means we are saying that, okay, we have this, we know of this external piece of code. We know it does something we want it to do. Let's go ahead and tell it to do it for us.
So we're calling
so in this case,
method.
Yep, we're invoking it or calling it. In this case, we are invoking or calling the WriteLine method. So, okay, so how to get this all in one line? There's two things we could do. We could, instead of using the WriteLine method, we could use the write method. The write method works exactly like a WriteLine method, except for it does not enter in a new line at the end of the output. So we get the expected
It's like
output.
magic.
However, that being said, this is kind of ugly. I don't really like this. There has to be an easier way to do this. Remember when I was talking about how we can go ahead and define basic mathematical operations such as int x equals 10, int y equals x plus 10? Well, these some of these operators are actually capable of being used on types that you would traditionally not think of in the mathematical context. Specifically, we can use this exact same operator in the context of two strings to perform what's called concatenation. For example, I could say enter your, I could end this literal, add a plus, and begin the next literal if I wanted to. What this will do is this will concatenate these two strings into a single string that is then passed along into WriteLine. However, just like with all expressions, we don't necessarily have to use literal syntax here. Instead, we can use variables. So we can turn this console.write, and console.WriteLine into a single console.WriteLine with string concatenation. So if I run this program, we get hello Nelson LeKay. So is everybody kind of feeling good about strings, string concatenation, basic console input?
All right. Wait, we had
okay,
a
so if we want to go
over on the questions panel.
Oh, missing the second add sign, yes. What is the default value of a string if you do not give it any value? Answer to that question is null. I kind of don't want to go into that, though, at the moment.
Yeah, the string formats,
I
don't want to get into that right now.
Yeah. So is there any question that you have, Phantom Walker? Just based off your sure, why not? Okay. So if we want to go really crazy with this, there's one more crazy thing I want to do to this that Jason might hit me for.
Uh-oh.
But I just want to drive home the point that when a value is expected in a particular context, you can perform fairly complex operations in them, relatively, I guess you could say.
You're going to embed that, aren't you?
So what I'm going to do, what?
Go ahead.
I'm going to comment out that line and just drive home the fact that console.readLine is a valid value, returns a valid value that can be used in place of this particular variable.
Knew you were going to do that.
What happens here?
I said I knew you were going to do that.
I just want to kind of drive home this point, though, because especially considering how these are actually executed, because what is in right here is executable code.
Mm-hmm.
This code will get, the code inside of these parentheses will get executed prior to this code being executed. So if we were to run this, we will get the same output. To be honest,
just like in maths.
Yes. To be honest, I would actually prefer to see this even in my own code, but I just wanted to sort of drive home that point.
See, Nelson, you just splattered somebody's poor mind. That's fine, though. No,
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. At least you're not doing string format.
Or link. Okay, so yeah, there's strings.
All right, go ahead, Nelson.
Well, I mean, is it time to talk about what we would do if we wanted to get an integer from console.readline? Okay, so this is great. We have our first name, but we also want to get our age. So let's go ahead and start off by getting our age from the console. I'm going to start off with a variable called int age. Then I'm going to say age, or I can just, actually, I'm going to declare my variables up here. I prefer to do that anyway. I'm going to say age equals console.readline. But this is going to be slightly problematic. Console.readline, remember, it returns a string, but age is an integer. What the error you'll see here is that cannot implicitly convert type string to int. Remember, an integer can only store the whole numbers, negative or positive, and a string can only store textual data. There is no implicit conversion in C# between textual data and an integer. There are languages where there is an implicit conversion between the two. It's terrible.
And as TF just said, even though he's kidding around, Nelson, what does implicit mean?
Implicit means, well, the English definition of implicit is going to be that something that's implied, something that happens without you telling something to happen. It's implied, it's implicit. In the context of programming, specifically the context of converting one type into another, there are many implicit conversions between two different types. There is an implicit conversion between an integer and a float value, for example. A float value is a value that can contain a decimal point. So the C# compiler is capable of saying, okay, this is an integer, let's stuff it in a float. And it can do that without you telling it to do anything. In this case, however, there's no implicit conversion between a string and an integer. There's no way for the C# compiler to say that, or to allow you to say that this integer now needs to equal this string, because that doesn't make any sense, really. Instead, what you need to do is you need to tell the C# or tell the BCL to take in the string and turn it into an integer for you. And the way you do that is with a method called parse that's available on the int32 class. So remember, we can do I can just do int32.parse, or I can do int.parse. I prefer saying int.parse, but I just also want to point out that int32 and int are synonymous. So what is the parse method? The parse method will take in a string representation of a number and return an integer that represents that number. Now here's an example of where we're using kind of what I was talking about before, where we're passing in a value into this int.parse method, but that value happens to be executable code. So remember, this executable code will be run prior to this executable code. So if we were to go ahead and say, hello, first name, you are years old. I'm going to go ahead and do some stuff to this. That's fine. That's ugly, but it'll do. Okay, so now we have console.writeLine, hello, first name. You are aged years old. If I were to run this program, I can go ahead and say, Nelson LeKay. Well, I forgot a prompt. Can't believe he didn't point this out.
You were already running it by the time it
I
appeared
don't
on
think
the
you
screen.
realize how you're speeding up. Continue.
So we now have a prompt for entering our age. If I were to run this program, we will say, Nelson LeKay, 20, hello, Nelson LeKay, you are 20 years old. What we've effectively done here is we've taken the result of this console.readLine, which is a string, and we have turned it into an integer. And assigned it to a piece of memory that we can reuse. Yes, exactly. Like Segfall pointed out, we can add to it. So we can also say, so what happens when we type a string instead of a number? Good question. I'll get to that in a sec. Yeah, a bunch of people actually asked that. Okay, so if I do this, Nelson LeKay, 20, hello, Nelson LeKay, you're 20 years old, in a year you'll be 21. So what we've effectively done is, because we were capable of turning this string given to us by console.readLine, and we've turned it into an integer. Once it's an integer, we can now add other numbers to it, just like we can do with other mathematical operations. Another question came in: is there a parse int to string? Good question. I'll get to that in a second.
Well, that was like deja vu.
Okay, so what happens?
Yeah, continue. It just felt like deja vu. It was a really weird feeling. Just what you.
That was the second.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh. Okay, so let's say enter my age. I'm going to say my age is 20. Now, what happens when I hit enter?
Boom.
We get a handy little exception. We're not going to be talking about exception handling right now. Just think of exceptions like errors, well, because they are, that were thrown during execution of your program that are unrecoverable, except for in cases where you can recover from them. That was the worst. That was the worst definition ever. Exceptions mean something broke, and we'll get into strategies of dealing with exceptions later. So in this case, the error we get is input string was not in correct format, which makes sense in the context. We entered in a string instead of a number that could be parsed. So somebody also asked, is there a parse int to string? And the answer to that is yes, kind of, sort of. It's not parse. Every single object in .NET, every single type in .NET, and you remember every single variable has a type. So therefore, by proxy, every single variable will have a special method on it called toString. We could say string age in a year string equals age in a year plus, or sorry, dot toString. Now, this particular syntax I don't necessarily want to go into. I just want to point out that this is how you would do it. Wait a sec. How did Nelson cut the code on lines 18 through 20? What shortcut key? 18 through 20?
The enter key?
Yeah, that was the enter key.
He was just using, again, formatting to break the line up. Go ahead and cover real quick a statement ending with a terminator. Simple statements, Nelson. Simple statements ending with a terminator. We didn't really talk about statements earlier, but it's kind of important to understand.
So WriteLine is putting a toString on strings automatically. Yes and no. That gets into operator overloading. Or not operator overloading, method overloading. Or, yes, method overloading. We'll get to that at some other later video. Okay, so basically what we have here is we have a block of code. Like Jason already defined what a block is, as whenever you see an open curly and a closed curly, all the code between the two is going to be executed line by line. And statements such as this one, for example, they're going to contain executable code. Well, in this case, this is executable code. These are statements, but this is not executable code. In this case, this contains executable code, and it starts with the previous semicolon and ends with this semicolon. And that's what defines this statement. For example, if I were to remove this semicolon, you would see that we get an error because this statement is not terminated before I start the next statement immediately after it. What I could do is I could take this terminator and I could throw it all the way down the file if I wanted to. This is still one single statement. It does one particular thing. It executes one expression at the top level. If it has sub-expressions, it'll, yes. So this is an individual statement.
But can I just hit enter anywhere in that statement to put anything on new line?
No. Nope. If I were to, for example, break apart WriteLine into write and line, we will get an error. And the error is because an identifier must not have spaces inside of it. In this case, this WriteLine is an identifier. And it makes sense only as a whole word. That being said, anything between the identifiers, we can go crazy with.
But Nelson, why didn't you put enter like inside your literal string? Like enter.
That's because these are string literals. They will, well, in this case, it'll throw an error, a compiler error, because the string literals will by default only support a single line. They will not by default support multiple lines.
But if you wanted it to support multiple lines, is it hard to do?
Nope.
It's just hard to read.
Yes, it is. But if you wanted to split it up into multiple lines, you could just use the @ symbol.
Yeah, Seridac nailed it. You get an F minus minus.
Right. All right, so good enough. I just wanted everybody to understand, since there were some questions coming in about how you had broke up your WriteLine to cover a couple of different lines, just to keep it all formatted so that we could see it without scrolling over.
Some languages don't let you do that. Cough, VB, cough. Well, they do, but you have to have slashes, and it's just horrid language. Okay, so yes, this is a single statement, even though it's broken into multiple lines.
Okay, so from here, we've. I think we're about ready to get to ifs now. Because everybody, unless there's any questions, Nelson, take a look at the questions panel. See if there's anything over there.
Does it make a big difference to use int.parse or convert.to in 32? I'm not certain on that, actually. I could probably answer that question in a second, though. Yeah, and convert. Yep. The convert.in32 supports overloads for multiple types of different values, whereas the string int.parse only supports strings. If that doesn't make sense to you, don't worry about it.
Okay, so if any questions do come in, we'll jump back to them momentarily. So at this point, let's go ahead and talk about some conditionals. Let's see if we can make our programs a little more intelligent so that they'll have something that they can work with in putting together their vending machine homework.
Yes. So conditionals. Basically, a conditional is a way to conditionally execute code based off a condition.
Very nice.
A conditional is a way to provide multiple paths of execution through your method. And it's the fundamental way in programming that you can achieve actual logic. For example, if I wanted to say int age equals 20, if age is greater than 50, console write line you're old. Greater than 20.
Older than 50, surely.
Okay, so yeah, so what we have here is we have an if statement. What this if statement means is it's going to start off with the keyword if. That's a keyword provided by the C# programming language. It's going to follow, parentheses are going to follow it. Inside of the parentheses is going to be an expression that evaluates into a Boolean value. So remember how I've been talking about how expressions evaluate into a particular value. We have like console.readLine is an expression that evaluates into a string. A string literal evaluates into a string. An integer literal evaluates into an integer, so on. The expression inside of these parentheses must evaluate into a Boolean. This is unlike C++, for example, which would allow you to pass in anything into the conditional and use some rules to determine true or falsehood. But in this particular case, in C#, you must have a Boolean and an expression that evaluates into a Boolean in order to use it as a condition in an if statement.
What's a Boolean?
No,
you know.
it's very important.
That's a good question, actually. As I was saying, I was like, great, I hadn't defined Booleans yet. So yeah, I'll just back up for a quick second. A Boolean is a
it's a type.
It's just a type. It's actually going to be system.boolean is synonymous with bool. So bool is going to be a type. And the thing about Booleans is that the Booleans only support two values, two possible values. They can either be one value or they can be another value. They can either be true or they can be false. Now, do not get confused, if you're familiar with other languages, do not get confused with the numerical representation of true and false in other languages. In C#, true and false have a distinct meaning that don't necessarily turn into a number implicitly. So we have right here, my bool equals false. So we're assigning this Boolean to a value of false. We can also say my bool equals true, if you wanted to. But you can also do other cool stuff. We can say, even right here, we can say bool age is greater than 20 equals age is greater than 20. And what's happening here is that we have a expression that's going to go ahead and evaluate to a Boolean. And the reason it's going to evaluate into a Boolean is because of this operator. The greater than operator, the greater than and equal to operator, the less than operator, the less than or equal to operator, the equality operator, and the inequality operator are all examples of operators that take in two possible values and will always return a Boolean result. And that Boolean result is going to be whether or not that operator is true. So is this statement true? No. Age is not greater than 20. Age is 20, but it's not greater than 20. If age was 21, it would be greater than 20, and then the Boolean would be set to a value of false, or sorry, a value of true. In this case, this Boolean is going to always be set to a value of false. So bools cannot be null. Good question. They cannot be by default, not because of their nature as bools, but because of the nature of how C# treats the kinds of objects that bools are. And we'll get into that at some point. So I just wanted to point out that they can be null, but not in and of themselves.
Do you also want to mention about the non-fact of it being 0 for false and anything else for?
Yeah, I mean, do you mean how like other languages interpret 0 as false, or
Or anything other than it as true, and similarly. So it came up in the doesn't it just now?
Yeah, okay. In C#, this is a compiler error. In C++ and C, this evaluates to true. Hold on, actually, never mind. This one's better. In C#, this is a compiler error. In C and C++, this evaluates to true. In Cold Fusion, this evaluates into false. You cannot convert anything other than a Boolean into a Boolean. They're discrete entities, and you cannot assign a Boolean to, for example, a string. You can in C, you can in Cold Fusion, you can in JavaScript, but you can't in C#. You can only have either true, false. You can have a variable reference to a Boolean, or you can have an expression that results in a Boolean.
But 0 and 1 specifically.
Yes, 0 is an integer, not a Boolean. In most languages, this would evaluate to false. 1 is not is an integer, not a Boolean. In most other languages, this would turn into true. In C#, it isn't a compiler error. And you'll see the actual compiler error states constant value 1 cannot be converted into a Boolean.
Okay, so we've don't seem to have any real questions coming in now, so.
Alrighty. So is everybody so far comfortable with what's going on here? Are you comfortable with basic Boolean expressions as well as the basic concept of an if statement?
Just remember the syntax. It's very simple. If, and then after the if, your open and closing parentheses, and then inside your expression, something that needs to evaluate to true or false. Do not put a terminator at the end of your if statement.
Yes, please don't. Please don't. This is valid code.
Yes, it is.
Please don't.
Ooh.
This is valid code. It does kind of sort of make sense in this if you read the specification, but what this will do is this will make it so this if statement, whether or not it's true, it won't do anything, and then it'll treat this like a block that isn't even associated with the if statement that precedes it. So this block will always execute whether or not that if statement is true.
And if you make that mistake and you're testing your code and the expression inside in your mind is going to evaluate to true, you won't realize at that moment that there is a bug in your program.
Yep. You'll see that the C# compiler is actually telling us right here, possible mistaken empty statement.
It's a nice way of saying, you might have done something dumb.
So yeah, be careful about that. So the blocks execute as if not even in curly braces. Is it just another line of code? Kind of. I can have a block right here that does console.writeLine, hey. It'll execute just like normal. Blocks define what are called scopes, however, and I don't really want to go into scopes right now. But for those of you who might be sort of kind of, or have heard the word before, that's where scopes come into play with blocks. But yes, you can have blocks that aren't attached to a particular statement.
So one other thing to show real quick, Nelson, let's go ahead and because we didn't show this last time, but let's go and show a nested if. I mean, we did mention it, but we didn't actually type one out because, of course.
Do you want me to have that lead into and?
No, let's avoid the logical operators for now.
Alrighty. So we can say if age is greater than 20, I don't know.
Yes, Darth Gray. I
string
read
name.
minds. I heard you projecting that thought.
If name equals leg.
And while Nelson's typing this out, let me throw this out there real quick. Please be careful when you're creating your expressions in an if with equality operators, because name equals with just a single equals bleh is that's true, because bleh is going to end up going over into name with absolutely no problem whatsoever. It is not the same thing as an equality test. Yep.
That is perfectly legal, or rather, actually no, this particular instance isn't, simply because you cannot convert a string into a bool. But let's say you had, if this was a Boolean expression, if this was a Boolean variable and you were assigning it to a Boolean expression without using equality, then it would throw on you. Or not throw, it would behave very oddly.
Yeah, the bottom line is just always make sure when you're testing equality, use 2 equals. That is the correct operator for that.
Yep. Okay, so you guys good with nested ifs? You can nest ifs.
Again, for those of you that truly are new to this, please take note that, again, Nelson has indented that nested if on line 12. And then its own code that gets executed if that if evaluates to true has been indented inside of its own blocking braces. Again, formatting, very important.
We had a good question. What if you want to do for the other, or what if you want to do one thing for the true value and another for the false value? Use another if? Well, you certainly could. That's valid code. Alternatively, though, there is a nice little built-in way to handle this scenario in a very elegant manner. And that's going to be, instead of doing if and then the opposite comparison or the opposite Boolean expression, we can simply use the keyword else.
Yep, TF, much more efficient.
And the else is a part of an if. Yes. If I were to remove this if statement, this would be invalid code.
There's one area where it actually does behave like spoken English. If this, or else.
Yep.
You know, if it's true, do this, or else do something else.
Well, except for in other languages that actually include the words then.
It's okay, Nelson. Oh, Chris, got to go to work in 4 hours. I'm sorry, man. I mean, unless there's any questions about ifs, this is pretty much at the very end.
Are you allowed to do more than one else? No. Well, kind of. You can do else ifs, but I don't. Yeah, we could.
No, now. Let's stay where we were.
You can't do this. Essentially.
Let's just keep it simple. We're at the very end of the class. This is what we went over with the other one.
I do want you to mention your opinion on go-tos. Because it has come up in the homework.
Hang on. In all fairness, I'm actually pretty proud of those in the first class that had never programmed before and still found a way to make their program loop using go-tos.
Yes, but the moment that
go-tos are a no-no. Period. They are the devil, correct?
Yeah.
They are the devil. They do create spaghetti code. It makes it impossible to read once you start dealing with a even a moderate code base. It's just a mess, period.
And I don't even know why C# even supports gotos. I've never seen a person look at me with a straight face and actually write the word goto in a C# compiler.
No, they are not the future. They are the past.
But the good thing about if you people are familiar with C and C++ goto statements, you will be comforted in the fact that you cannot goto from one method into another method. You can do that in some languages, and that's just awful. Pure awful.
So
this is definitely a case of if you don't know what we're talking about, don't worry. Just ignore them.
So at this point, that's everything that I wanted us to cover. I would like for Gavin to take a minute and to, no, we're not getting into the ternary operator segfault. I'd like for Gavin to take a minute and talk about the homework, since Gavin will be receiving your guys' homework.
What more can I say about
once
it?
Again,
follow the instructions you've been given.
Remind them. Well, come on, Nelson gave him. Nelson, give him a little commented example, I guess, like last time. If just talk your way through what we're looking for, and then we can point them to the thread as another reminder.
Okay, we're basically looking for a program that will ask a user how much money they have. It'll then present them with a list of options that they can purchase, and then it'll tell them which item that they purchased and how much money they have left over. So, for example, we could say something like, "Welcome. How much money do you have?" And then we might say 20. And then I'll say, "You can buy stuff," or and things.
Oh, can I buy some and?
But do at least 4 things in your vending machine.
Yeah, at least 4 things.
Hunter's free.
Yeah.
Capital H.
Capital H.
Oh, capital H.
Not a J. Not a J. Not a J.
You bought a junta. Fantastic. Military. No,
now, I do want to make sure that you guys take into account of, let's say that you started this program, it welcomed you, and you said you had $1, and you wanted to buy any of these items. You obviously do not have enough money. So you have everything that you need to be able to tell them that their broke self cannot afford that selection. So take that into account as well. And check for negative. Yeah, just think about, you're standing there spending the money, and it should work right. If you don't have enough money, you can't afford to buy it. We've had some very clever ones turned in, by the way, that are quite cute vending machines. Like, what was the Terminator vending machine called again?
Oh, who's
that? Was
that?
JT's.
Was that the Vendinator or something? That was very. Yeah. Oh, JT Burke. That was really funny. Stuff. NATO did a good one.
I like the one that you passed out after buying too much alcohol.
So have some fun with it. Have some fun with it. All right. Are there any final questions tonight? Again, I already said that this would happen, and I'll apologize again. I know we went for a long time, but that's why we're recording it, so that you can drop out at any time, and you can watch the recorded content later. I am just more interested in making sure that we get all of the content that I want you guys to have into these lessons. Homework due date, Gavin.
Homework due date. Well,
2 days
said
prior
it was
to the next class meeting.
Yeah, but I mean, if Nelson's going to go through this, in the next class, that'll be Monday.
I know, but they might not be watching the next class one, and they're only going to hurt themselves if they watch that one once it's posted as a video, and go through it and copy what was done. don't hurt yourself, guys. Try to do this for real.
I would imagine most people are going to find the time to do it over the weekend that haven't done it already anyway. So, I mean, imagine if you can get it in before Monday, that would be really
And like
helpful.
Thomas just said, remember, have fun. Like I've seen some really cute ones.
Yeah, this isn't about showing off to us about all the fancy keywords and this is about going through, and I mean we do seem to have quite a few people here who aren't beginners, and for them it should be.
And again,
a piece of cake to do, but don't try and think about nice clean code rather
than nice
formatting.
Yeah. And remember, over inside the Member Sponsor Lounge, you will find a thread with the homework and the instructions in it again, just to kind of solidify everything that was just talked about here as far as homework goes. And there is a place for you to PM your homework too.
Brandon's got a good question there. Does the vending machine need input validation when it asks you how much money you have? Did you cover that?
No. If you type in a string, of course
No.
you're going to get an exception. With just try, don't worry about it. We'll start talking about try parse and exception handling a little bit later on. So right now, let's just assume that everybody that's using it is intelligent enough to type in actual whole numbers, since we're storing the information in an integer. Okay.
And remember, it is an integer. We're not worrying about dollars
right.
and cents.
Well, we are worried about dollars, but we're not worried about cents or the dollar symbol.
Yes. Radio show tomorrow?
It's planned as of right now. Today? Yes, it is today now. Oh,
it's not today yet. I still have
lucky
13
for you,
minutes.
but for some of us, yes, it's today. So yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed this, and for those of you that are completely new to coding in C#, I'm sure your eyes are probably a bit glossy right now. You can go back and review this video just as soon as I get it up. We showed you guys at the beginning of the class where you'll be able to find it. Remember, there's that live classes menu option at the top of 3D Buzz for Mini page that you can click on. Just find today's date and you'll see the link there once it goes live. Outside of that, that's all I have. We'll see you guys, if you happen to join us on Monday or next Thursday, because next Thursday is the actual class for you guys. And finally, for those of you that are in the Blender class, I will see you guys Saturday morning. Nelson will be somewhere probably intoxicated. Am I right, Nelson?
Oh, you said Sunday, Sunday morning or Saturday morning?
Saturday morning.
Oh, Saturday morning, yeah. If you reschedule it a little bit later, though.
It's all good. I'm going to handle it with Zach. If it's later in the day, then Zach has a, it eats into his weekend. So goodbye, everybody. Thanks again, and we will see you at the next class time. Don't forget, if you get stuck with stuff, ask questions on 3D Buzz. Lots of people out there that will help.
Or the IRC.
All right, bye, everyone.
Goodbye.